I believe in curiosity and never stop challenging myself. Technology has come a long way. Still, nothing beats the capabilities of the human brain.
At Merck, we believe that curiosity is the driving force behind progress and development. Merck is a vibrant science and technology company working to develop medicines and intelligent solutions for patients, as patients are always at the center of everything that we do. We know that soon 1 out of 3 people across the globe may be affected by brain-related diseases. Luckily, we also know that training your brain can contribute to preserving and enhancing cognitive functions. Together with the chess world champion Magnus Carlsen, we want to inspire people to actively train their brain.
Always be curious. Challenge your brain.
This is probably very embarrassing, because I am a qualified chess player. I never really understood that concept of the square. It's been explained to me, but I never really got it. Like you draw some...
Yeah, so you know, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Range, but I don't get it.
I mean, our king now has to go either to e1, e2, e3, and then you're in.
So the king, if it's white to move, he has to be able to enter this match.
But I think that in reality, everybody just calculates it, right?
I just count. Like I go here, pawn goes there. Like I go here, pawn goes there. No, like.
And then at the end, somebody smart always says like, yeah, anyway, it's the rule of the square. But everybody just calculates. Yeah.
No, that's what I think. Like I can draw the square, but in In practice, I've never used it like behind the square.
Hello and welcome everybody to round 7 of the Legends of Chess tournament. This is the final stop on the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour of 2020 before the finals in August. Today is Monday, and to be honest, I'm kind of already done with the week. So I'm just really looking forward to hanging out with all of you today, and Jan and Rustam, and watching some epic chess battles. Before we get into it, for those of you who are just joining us, let's take a look at the format of the event. We have entered the final phase of the qualifying part of the tournament. The qualifiers is a round robin event, each play each, where each game consists of a mini match of 4 rapid games with the time control 15 minutes, and they get a 10-second increment with every move. If there's a winner in the rapid format, he gets 3 points. But if there's a tie, they go. I'm just a little distracted because I'm seeing Rustam on the screen, and he's got a cap on, and he's looking very chill mode right now. Let's get back to the format. If there's a tie, we also have an Armageddon then, which is played before any blitz or anything, but the point is that the Armageddon winner only gets 2 match points and the loser gets 1 match point. So we've got 3 games left to decide the 4 finalists that are going to qualify for the semis. And the semis is going to have a similar gameplay format, but it's going to be a best of 3. So it's still going to be 1 match per day consisting of 4 rapid games, but they're going to play a best of 3, 1 each day. In the semifinals, the good news is that before the players go into an Armageddon, in case of a tie, we are going to have 2 blitz games with a 5 minutes and 3 seconds time control. Let's also take a look at our current standings as the race for the semifinal heats up. Let's get that on the screen. So Magnus Carlsen leading the pack at 17 points. No surprises there. Magnus has been on fire. Jan also showing some class speed chess and just a format I think he thrives in at 16 points. And then there's a big gap between him and third place, Vladimir Kramnik with 12 points and Peter Anish at 11. And again, as we see in the standings, the top 5 and the bottom 5, there's quite a gap there. The aim of the whole event is, of course, currently to qualify for the semifinals. And the good news for Team Millennials is that the 2 guys on top, Magnus and Jan, I think for all practical reasons are already through. And the good news for Team Legends is that Vlad, Peter have a big shot at qualifying. And of course, Anish is going to give it all to make it as well. We've seen some brilliant chess from all these players, but it's now that it's do or die, because it's going to be goodbye to 6 of these players once the qualifier event is over. They have to rake up as many points as they can to make it to the semis. Let's not forget, the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour final will consist of 4 players. Each winner of the preceding events qualifies directly, but because Magnus has won more than one event, we are going to have players who scored maximum number of points throughout the event. Everybody following us on Twitch and YouTube, don't forget, all information, everything that you need to know about the event is available on our website, chess24.com. There's fantasy chess to be entered. There are banter blitz going on. There are Q&As that we have. All of that action that you can be a part of by going premium. There's a fantastic deal on with a 40% off throughout the event. Use the code Chess Legends, go premium, get with all the chess action. What else? The other things that have, of course, been a huge part of this event, besides the legend, besides the Chessable semi-finalist qualifier, you guys have been amazing interacting with us using the hashtag Chess Legends on Twitter. And let's bring up some of the conversations that got us interested. Okay, so the first one is by Juga. Juga is just an all-out phenomenal person, but she's also an extremely talented singer and a chess player with a stunning voice. And she says it's Chess Legends Monday. Looking forward to Gelfand versus Anand, Ivanchuk versus Kramnik, Liren versus Ding, amongst other matches. I invite you to watch my 5th chess song, Speaking Up for Equal. Yes. Okay. So firstly, big matchups today. Gelfand versus Anand, a rematch of the 2012 World Championship. Ivanchuk versus Kramnik, a classic rivalry that we all can't wait to watch. Liren versus Ding, versus Giri. Liren versus Ding. Wow. Okay. Liren versus Giri is, of course, going to be very exciting as well. Giri is pretty much up there. So he needs a big win. And we know Ding Liren has been out of form. So Giri is going to be looking at striking in this match. But the most important part of this tweet is, in fact, Juga's new, absolutely beautiful, stunning song that she's come out with. And we've heard a lot of amazing melodies from her, and she's got this thrilling voice and everything, but this song is really special. I heard it for the first time today, and I think one of the most amazing things about this song is that it really brings out how chess transcends so many boundaries, gender boundaries, cultural boundaries, and it sort of brings everyone together. In fact, I think we're going to play a small clip, a small teaser of this song. Definitely check out the entire song on YouTube, but let's have that up if we can. Wow, an immortal game indeed, and I think immortal in more ways than one. It's of course the beauty of it, but also, as Juga points out in this song, that it transcends so many boundaries. And I think the other thing that we really need to appreciate about the sport is that how in these extremely difficult times, it's been this really positive tool to bring everybody together and just, okay, I'm getting very emotional, but just bring this amazing community of chess players as well as non-chess players into the game. Let's move on to our next tweet, and that is, of course, by a legend himself, Anish Giri, giving us a summary of his match yesterday against Peter. He says, great match, and it really was. I think Peter, after losing game 2 in that knight pawn ending, was amazing technique by Anish, but Peter was definitely very disappointed with that, came back and avenged himself with a brilliant game 3, which Anish himself praised a lot. And then Anish in game 4, proving that against these guys, if you mess up in the opening, there's really no coming back from that. But Anish has more to say. He says, I think Levon is still hurt. They didn't mention his name when discussing biggest trolls amongst the chess legends the other day on the chess24 stream. Good to have you back, Lev. Yes, of course, always good to have Lev with us, whether it's on Twitter or over the chessboard. And Anish, you have a very valid point that I think the big debate about who is the troll maestro amongst these legends is really something we need to address. We'll probably have more on that once the boys join us. Let's move on to our next tweet. Anish again, decent stream, but as I had already mentioned, lacked a few things. Do follow my YouTube channel instead, which has got it all. In recent times, Anish Giri has become a YouTube sensation, and definitely check out his YouTube content. Anish had some great advice for us. We'll definitely be looking at it, Anish, and still struggling a little bit with those terms. I am not sure if any of us have heard of what a boomer really is. Still struggling with that, but let's see what YouTube chat has to say about that. Perhaps we can have, and of course it has to be Anish OP in the YouTube chat as expected. Okay, love it. Let's go for Anish OP in YouTube. Tanya trying hard not to laugh at Giri's tweets. He's just so entertaining. What can I say? All right, let's move on to the next one. Okay, Andros says, am I the only one who would love to see a ladies version of the chess legends? Andros, absolutely not. I mean, I think count me in for this, but count a lot of people in for this. I think this is just a brilliant idea. Chess24 team, take notice of this, make it happen. I think it's going to be fantastic. And you know what? I actually want to see what do you guys think? What does chat think about this? So let's head over to Chess24's chat and let's do a yay or nay on this. So guys, yay or nay for a all ladies chess legends? The good news about that would be that Magnus would not be able to play, and finally you might have a winner besides Magnus. Of course, there are other things as well. But let's see what you guys have to say about this. Yay or nay? Going no, never read you. We've got a few yays coming in. Hell yeah, I like that. I like it. Andras, you're not alone on this at all. Definitely with you on this one. Okay, let's go on to the next tweet. On chess opening preparation, to analyze is easy. The difficult part is to remember. This was, of course, Alexander Grischuk and his words of wisdom. I think it's really interesting and fascinating what he said. But you know what my opinion on this is? I think it's at their level, at the super grandmaster level, where preparation is so deep and there are so many variations that memorization becomes a really big problem. Because for those guys, working on chess and working hard on chess is not an issue. That's what they've been doing, and that's why they are where they are. But it's really remembering all these lines and all these deep computer engine lines that's more of a challenge. But I do feel that for the rest of us, for the mere mortals like myself, I think actually to work on chess and to train on chess is the real big deal. And I think that itself, I think it was Gary Kasparov who said that hard work is a talent. And I would agree with that. I think for most of us, the actual training part is a bigger challenge. I think memory just is like level 2 of that. Rafal, but it was a very fascinating insight by Sasha, just like all his insights. Let's move on. Grandmaster Dennis says, it's a pleasure to see Kramnik going for the wildest variations possible in chess. And Dennis, completely agree with you. And I think that we've been actually seeing Vlad play in that style, not just here, but actually over the last few years when he was playing before the 2019 Vaikanze as well. I think the last 4 or 5 years, we've always seen more fighting and sort of combative style play from Kramnik, which was not, sort of Kramnik's, I don't know, the younger Kramnik's forte, so to say. Just my opinion on this. And I think in this format, you're absolutely right, Dennis, that he is doing that a lot more because, like he said himself, that going into an Armageddon is basically doom for him. So whatever needs to happen in the rapid portion. And I wonder if that's the reason why these players, these legends, are taking more risks. Let's see what else we got. Kana coming in with the engine bar is the most misleading thing you will ever see. I think there are lots of like mixed feelings about the engine bar on the analysis board. I think it's helpful for a lot of people to just get an overall evaluation of what the position is, but completely agree that in complex positions, because traditionally engines are materialistic, a bit of gold diggers, so to say. So they kind of fall a lot for material imbalances, going for the side with more material without seeing the initiative. And I think in positions like that, we need Yan and we need Rustam to break it down for us. Actually, in every position, we need Yan and Rustam, because the chess that's been played here would definitely go above our head otherwise. All right, what else we got? More stuff coming in. We've got a couple more minutes before the round starts. So let's take a look at what Sumendra is saying. And Sumendra says, love to see the passion of Ivanchuk at the age of 51. This expression while losing the game after the blunder. Yes, rook f5, knight d6. And the point was that queen d6 runs into queen c8 check. And that would be game over. With that photograph of just expressing the pain that chess is capable of causing. And I think chess players can vouch for this. It's a brutal game. And when you're playing, it's not just a game. It hurts. And I think this photograph of Vasily, thank you for sending that in, Samendra. It's proof of just how much chess can hurt sometimes. All right. Do we have, and then Venu's writing in, I want to see some blood today. Prefer world champions if possible. Wow, I love it. Okay. Hashtag need more popcorn. Hashtag I love this summer. Chess is making this summer more bearable. I completely agree with that. The world champion has, of course, been on a roll. And today he's up against Peter Svidler. And Peter really needs to pull it off, because it's a race for those 4 spots. And today's pairings, today's matchups, today's results are going to have big weightage on what happens and who qualifies. I think the world champion's already in. A lot of us want to see Peter in. I don't know. It's always difficult to predict and to say that, Peter will be able to do it, because Magnus has been in form. But I feel you. I feel you, Venus. I know what you mean. In any case, get the popcorn in. We've got 5 minutes to lift off, and just in time, because I do see Yan and Rustam have joined us as well. Very important content. This was the Q&A that we had with Anish yesterday. Again, just a reminder to all our viewers that we are going to be running Q&As with all the players of the event, the legends, as well as the millennial legends. And you can be a part of it. You can come and ask your questions, go premium to be able to challenge them in the Banter Blitz, as well as ask your questions in the Q&A. Let's see what this was about. If we can just quickly play that clip. I'm not okay. I'm loving this next one. I'm going to bring that up, and it's by Tatev Abrahamian. You know Tatev, right, Anish?
I do, yeah.
So Tatev wants to know, Anish, can you name all the Kardashians?
Oh, I heard that. I'm an active Instagram user, so yes, I cannot name all of them, but
let's try. Let's go.
I know. Okay, the most famous is Kim Kardashian, I think. Then you have also
10 seconds.
Kendall or something like this. Chloe, I think you have.
Correct.
I cannot name all, but I mean, I don't know what they do or who they are, but I just know these names. Yeah, but there were more. I saw on my Instagram there were more, but these are the famous ones. I think the Kendall, Chloe, and Kim are the most famous ones.
that was just a teaser of what the Q&A was about. You can still catch it on chess24.com, on YouTube, on Twitch for more information about how much knowledge Anish really has about the Kardashians. One of his fun insights was about who to follow on Instagram, and he said Sagar Shah and Ariana Grande. Now, the Sagar part, I totally get. The Ariana part is, of course, very debatable and very subjective. And I think this is the best segue to throw it to our analysts and chess experts, Jan and Rustam. What is your opinion on Ariana being the inspiration on Instagram?
I can't do it, Tanya. I'm team Pete Davidson, and she broke my boy Pete's heart. And she put out some nasty rumor about the size of Pete's body parts. And ever since, I'm team Pete Davidson, and I've turned on Ariana Grande. I'm not gonna follow her on Instagram. That's where I stand.
Oh, wow. And I'm the hater, right?
This escalated very quickly today. Hi, everybody. I'm Jan Gustafsson. I'm delighted to be here to talk chess with you all.
Yeah, I'm Rustam. For the record, Ariana Grande is one of the most talented people of our generation, or of the new generation. She is adorable. And also, I was wondering what these contents were that Tatev referred to, like very important contents. I was like thinking maybe some in-depth analysis, but it was so Kardashians, right? Gotta be Kardashians.
I'm always here for more Kardashian talk, but as you know, it's a very polarizing topic. What people want to hear about is Boris Gelfand versus Vishy-Anand. Tanya, who you got? Is Vishy gonna win one today?
Let's have the matchups up on the screen if we can and go through that, Jan. So we've got Vishy against Boris. This is a replay of the 2012 World Championship match. And I think very, very exciting to watch. Also, the Indian fans really waiting for that big win by Anand, who's been having a nightmare of an event so far. I am rooting for Vishy, but I also want Boris to qualify for the semis. So yeah. I don't, it's kind of hard for me to pick. What about Vlad up against Vasil? That's always an exciting rivalry to watch, no?
Historically, I always thought Kramnik is doing well against Ivanchuk. I'm not sure if that's backed up by the numbers, but I always felt like Kramnik was a tough opponent for Ivanchuk. I'm not sure if that dynamic has changed. I believe in Kramnik today.
No, I believe you're right. Yeah, Kramnik has a good score. Yeah.
And what about Peter against Magnus? We had a tweet earlier with Venue saying that she would love to see some world champions blood on the board today. And also an update for all of you about the FPL. It was an horrendous day for the world champion. He's been doing great on the chessboard, but not as much on in his Premier League. A very disappointing day. I think he was... his strategy was to go all in, so he made some risky decisions and which didn't pay off, so he kind of really fell backward. Let's see if he brings that anger on the board today. We do have Liftoff, so over to Jan and to Rustam. As Jürgen says, Team Gustam is on. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Tanya. Let's see what's gonna happen today. Do you think Peter has a chance against Magnus?
Well, I think Magnus will be angry today, right? After his below par fantasy football performance. But that is a double-edged thing, yeah? Angry Magnus will either be very strong or maybe weaker than usual. Yeah, very difficult to say. So yeah, maybe if there is a chance, maybe it is today.
Yeah, I would like to add that there's also a chance he will be equally strong.
That is also a possibility. I think we covered all the possibilities, right?
There we see Boris Gelfand and Vishy. I've been impressed with Boris, I have to say. He's, you know...
I mean, he seems his usual self, right?
Exactly, just bring this usual brand of serious work, classical play, going for the most critical lines. And yeah, I like seeing it.
I think it was a bit unfortunate yesterday that he lost this match against Kramnik. I think like this blundering this rook in game 3 was really unnecessary. He was wide in this position. I think he was very close to winning this match. And yeah, and like Vishy, I mean, I hope there is one day where he'll finish the job, right? That one day he will just play the good game and we'll finish the match in normal time, hopefully. I think we have all been waiting for this. So yeah, I think it's a big day, yeah, like most other days.
All right, we have Liftoff in some of the games, so maybe let's go there. First in Ding versus Giri, we have a very mainstream classical Catalan. No surprises.
I mean, Ding, I think both these players, they were extremely prolific here, finding new ideas in lines where you would think there are no more new ideas. I think Ding was experimenting with some setups, which included b3 here, like certain like double fianchetto type of positions. Also, of course, playing the classical with castles and queen c2. So like curious to see, but like he's thinking, which means maybe the main line was not what he expected. As I think yesterday Anish was giving bishop b4 check and not bishop e7.
So Anish and the candidates, he started doing these DC bishop, knight f3, bishop b4 check lines, no?
Yeah, and bishop d2, a5, right?
I know he played without DC. I think that was the thing. He played some weird thing, no? Bishop d2. Sorry, my memory is bad. There was some stuff.
No,
this can't be it.
This doesn't look right.
No, I agree.
I think we'll waste most of our time trying to remember.
Yeah.
No, I think we should have.
Sorry, Anish. Moving on. Svidler Carlsen.
Oh, wow.
What is this move?
It's knight f6.
I understand, but it's rare, no?
It's rare. It's not pleasing to the eye.
No. c4, e5, that much we know. g3, knight f6, bishop g2, pawn to d5 here. Some experts only like playing this move pawn to d5 when white has already committed to a knight on f3 or in order to reach the system, for example. Karana likes to play where you don't have to retreat after knight c3, where you can play bishop c5. But Magnus doesn't seem to mind. He allows this, after which the main move is knight b6. But he goes knight f6, which I've never seen.
Yeah. It's, I think, one of those moments where you say this move is either made by a patzer or a world champion, right? This is kind of a customary thing to say. I mean, I guess there is a point to knight f6. Come to think about it, this knight is not often active on b6 where it ends up usually, right? So maybe there is some point to it.
Must be. I'd be wondering if white can ask like direct questions, like queen to b3, target this pawn. Maybe c6.
Maybe c6, yeah, very often I don't want to have my knight on c6. It's in the way.
Because this often is unpleasant. Oh yeah, knight f6, very rare move. I think I've seen knight e7 here once, trying to get like knight c6, g6. This one, somehow.
He did play queen b3, right?
There you go.
Oh my god, I looked like when you mentioned queen b3, to be honest, I thought what an odd move to come
Did you
up
give
with
me
here.
a condescending look?
No, I was like, okay, he's attacking my pawn. Yeah, let's see.
I spend a lot of time sitting next to P. Svidi. He sees a pawn, he'll attack that pawn.
P. Svidi, PDD.
You could also play some clumsy move like knight d7, but I'm not sure we want to. My point being you can't take because of the pin.
Well, I can argue that maybe bishop c8, rook b3, bishop d7 is still kind of not over.
Wow.
We saw so many queen sacks in this tournament. So this is my own modest contribution to the theme.
Didn't happen. Magnus, he's saying, you know what? You want to give me that fianchetto bishop of yours and cripple my pawns? Do it. And Svidler does.
I have this weird feeling that once again, this is some sort of modern theory that we might be aware of normally, but we're not.
But we are leading theory experts and we don't know anything.
But not in this obscure field, yeah? I have a feeling that obscure fields might be dominated by some other experts. Some of them play in this tournament.
Could be. Yeah, we'll see where this goes. Very double-edged now. Black has these long-term weaknesses. He does have the two bishops, and he could argue the white king is weak. I think conventional thinking is this trade-off favors white. His king is not that weak.
I don't know. I mean, like when we started analyzing similar positions with Lila just very often abandons this pawn on c6, lets you take it, and just slowly starts some attack on the king side. And yeah, like changes our perspective of these positions, I think, quite a bit. Also, these two gentlemen, they made fun of me basically by playing queen b3. And just when I was explaining that you shouldn't, put your knight on c6, we played knight c6. Like it's a tough day in the office, right?
Maybe it's all part of a bigger conspiracy to mock you earlier.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting at the very least. That much we know. Well, some other positions are more small ball.
Well, small ball or not, but this bishop is hanging on c5. I would not be quick to abandon this bishop in this line. Or in fact, knight a5, white can probably pick up the other bishop.
Wow.
I mean,
it's a free lunch. Takes. He's going to argue he's active enough.
yeah, probably, because he's also kind of threatening b4 to kick the knight. So I would normally play f3 to set up your favorite pawn structure, right? With e4.
Yes.
But then b4 kicks me back, unfortunately. But then maybe I relocate, play knight d1, and play knight f2 and get my favorite Zemish knight.
Yeah.
You'll play a5, bishop a6.
All of this still, yeah.
Yeah, no, I have a feeling that Kramnik knows what he's doing, and he will show us.
Kramnik, by the way, we should mention he's changed his fourth move. No, he's played knight bd7 throughout this tournament, a line with no name. But now he's gone back to the Semitarash, named after famous German, I think doctor, chess player, chess theoretician, Siegbert Tarrasch.
Well, what was he a doctor of?
Medicine.
Like a real medicine, yeah? Wow.
I think, and usually I get it wrong when I talk about chess history, so please check this. But I think he once canceled a world championship match against Steinitz because he had to attend to his medical practice.
Interesting, yeah. I don't have this kind of knowledge. But speaking, like returning to Semitarash and knight bd7, I have a feeling that the line that Kramnik was relying upon was like basically refused yesterday by Gelfand.
Yeah, Boris put some pressure.
Boris, yeah, won basically without much effort.
This stuff, yeah.
And yeah, I guess Kramnik decided not to get deeper into the theoretical discussion there. I mean, why should he, you know? And just play something else.
The Semitarash it is. I'm not sure why it's called Semitarash. Actually, I probably do know, because the full Tarrasch is this, where you have the drawback that you have to accept and potentially isolate a pawn on d5, this pawn. Well, the Semitarash, you do not have to live with this pawn, but you can recapture with a knight.
I mean, the real Tarrasch, like not the semi, but the full Tarrasch, is returning back into some sort of fashion, right? Like at some point, it just completely disappeared from practice.
Dubov did some stuff.
And then Dubov started playing it a lot, and also the world champion himself, albeit mainly like in rapid games, he started playing this. So it is kind of a thing, right?
This is the Dubov line, and the full Tarrasch. I also have a feeling the real Tarrasch, like Dr. Siegbert Tarrasch, he would never play the Semitarash, no? He was very much about that isolated pawn.
Yeah, I know. I personally always felt that, you know, e4, knight c3, bc, that those positions cannot possibly be equal. I mean, maybe you can equalize them, but equal they are not.
Yeah. It's one of these modern things, no? Everyone accepts white is better, but they say move by move. I go bishop b4, I castle, knight d7, b6, and then I will analyze every position, and I will survive. No, that's the approach.
yeah, I mean, if that's what you do, that's what you do, right?
That's what Kramnik used to do, but no more.
I mean, at some point, Kramnik also was losing a lot of games here. Yeah, he would analyze, and yet some people like Aronia and Mamiziara put pressure on him.
Yeah, it's true. I don't think his score was very good. He had the same problem a bit with his Petrov, with all these lines where he tried to clean it up. Is that usually he would draw, but sometimes he would lose and he would barely win games. So I don't think overall it worked.
Now, sometimes this approach, by taking like a shady position and trying to really make it work to draw, actually hits your chess ability a bit. It's a bit, there is something a bit rotten in this approach. Like also when Vichy was playing this bad endgame in the Slav defense, trying to draw this, like at some point it's not right. Yeah, I mean, chess is full of good openings. You don't have to go for a bad position and try to analyze it. It's just wrong.
Yeah, could be. Also psychologically, it's very tricky because you feel so dependent on your analysis because you know, of course, so it's tricky. So if they do some other move, then
It's not
double-edged
necessary.
sword.
But also today is such a D4 day, right?
Let's have a look around.
Like Ivanchuk played D4, Ding, Liren played D4. I think Leko played D4.
Oh, this is more Semitarash?
Yeah.
Also, Leko, isn't he a big Semitarash exponent himself?
Yeah, with both colors, yeah.
He's also no nonsense, yeah, just main line of main lines, bishop c4, not messing around, no rook c1, bishop d3, whatnot. So classical, Peter. Bishop b3, you know. Ah, but he plays his Magnus idea, yeah? Or no, hang on. Is h6 the main move here? My memory is so bad.
I mean, why would Nishi play this line? Like you had so much bad experience in this opening.
Strange. Yeah.
And against Leko of all people, why would you?
Who's incredibly booked up in all this.
Especially here, yeah, and you're playing this with both colors.
I think they go rook e8, no? Is this? Sorry, if this becomes too nerdy, we'll stop in a minute, but I'm just curious. Is this Carlsen Giri line? Or am I mixing something up? I think it might have been this, but I'm very unsure about the h6-ness.
I mean, I haven't done serious work in months now. I mean, all of this is...
Okay, but maybe you saw the much publicized game Carlsen Giri.
Much publicized? Where?
chess24.com.
I gotta check it out.
Anyway, this d5 break is typical, and after ed in that game, I keep talking about e5 was played, pawn sacrifice. But Leko takes, now h6 could be an issue, no? Is also accentuated by that move.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, yeah, queen on d6 is a horrible blocker, right? You don't block a pawn with a queen, and knight f5 seems nasty. But then it is, of course, always very concrete. He played rook e8, which seems normal. Knight f5, queen d7.
It feels like knight h6 or something.
Yeah, now Leko will start looking at these things. Like can we look at this? Like knight takes, h6, takes, rook g3 check.
I guess we have to cover this.
You probably want to go king h7, bishop c2 check, and you probably want to go knight e4.
Yep.
And my attack now does not quite continue, right?
I don't see it.
Although f3 is a valid question, yeah, because okay, give me my knight back, yeah? Because if I just get the piece back, I will have some attack for sure, right?
Yeah.
Do you have options? Maybe rook c2 is your other option.
You mean just take this guy?
Take this guy,
away.
take, and king h8.
Just looks so scary. D6.
Yeah, this looks scary-ish, yeah. And I would assume that white probably has a draw in hand very often. So this looks like initiative. I mean, is there a better way to play it after knight h6?
Not sure. GH looks pretty forced, although Could argue the knight is trapped.
Yeah, but you probably will not find a better way to capture it. Yeah, you have to take, and rook g3, and knight g4 is not a move. Other king moves are not really moves, because I will be taking on h6, so yeah, probably king h7. Yeah, bishop c2 also leaves you very little choice. Yeah, it's either knight e4, rook c2. Seems like a relevant line. Poor Leko will burn so much time. Maybe it's knight e4, f3, and bishop takes d5. Maybe it's like this. How can it be bishop d5? It cannot be bishop d5. Maybe I will lose everything on this pin. No, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Yeah, I'm trying to see it, but I just don't see it. Yeah, by the way, when Nepo was on the show here yesterday, I just had to realize I haven't had much chess contact with him. And the guy is so unbelievably fast. Not just the way he plays, but also the way he sees the board, the way he calculates. It's just phenomenal, right?
Yeah. Like, I always have mixed feelings. I think it makes the show very hard to watch because it's impossible for, I think, you and I to at least keep track and put the moves on the board. But it is very, very impressive just to see how many lines he spits out per second and how good these lines are. So yeah, it's just, yeah. From my perspective, as a good grandmaster, but far away from this level, I'm just amazed how giant the difference is, how much they see. Like some of these guys also, Vichy used to be like that when you just hear him speak and you think,
just half fast. Yeah, just half fast.
Anyway.
What do you think? Leko will take on h6, right?
I don't know. He will calculate now. He's out of book.
He's out of book, which means
probably means he knows Nepo did something wrong, no?
Yeah. So he will try to punish this. So he will take on h6.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what other moves there could be. Rook f3 or something, but they look a little artificial.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course easy to be attracted by something else too, yeah? And he played rook
there
f3,
goes rook f3. That's my boy. He likes to defend his pieces.
Plus, I have a good feel for what Kramnik or Gelfand might do. Yeah, you know your Leko, right? Like rook f3. We didn't even mention this move before that, yeah? Nice. But still, what an awful line, I think, to play with black, right? Just so dangerous.
So scary, yeah?
So dangerous.
As mentioned, it helps if you can calculate 800 moves per second.
Yeah.
This is more like it. Gelfand, Vichy playing a good old Catalan. But here comes Gelfand, pawn to h4. He's saying, I might be in my 50s, but I'm going with the times. The times are check h-pawn push in every legal position.
No, but like when I see h4 now, I just ask myself, why didn't we think of this before? Just looks so logical.
You didn't check it in every legal position yet?
Not yet, no. No, because I remember we spent a lot of time with Vichy looking at these lines in 2009 and 10 when preparing for Topalov. And we're looking with black at all sorts of variations, including knight d7 or c6 b6 or even like c6 a5, all sorts of movements on the queen side, but I never remember the white pawn coming to h4.
It's just a paradigm shift now in modern chess. So even then, even 10 years ago, at least I guess many people had this core belief, you play this h4. It's against the laws of chess. They will open up the center and things will go wrong.
Yeah. No, but also I think back then, if an engine would show us h4, would often just block it from our perception. Like, there was a certain just number of moves that we just censored.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nothing good comes from censoring. Got to read 1984.
Food for thought. But yeah, h4 here. What happens if black just plays slowly? If I just play c6 like they often do, and b6, do you keep pushing? What's the idea?
I would assume so. Huh? That you
know.
push h5,
So I
you
go
provoke
h6.
h6, and then you go like Dubov style. You go knight c3, castle long, and try to kind of to do it, yeah. And then at some point g4, g5. I mean, I assume this must be the reason. Also, I mean, the position he got now, a few moves later, looks like absolutely fantastic for white.
That's always what amazes me. They play h4 and then they castle kingside some moves later, and they just have a good position. Yeah, like, you're not burning that many bridges by pushing that
Yeah. No, I actually recently I played a game against Magnus, and he was white. He played h4 very early on, and then he castled short, and we got this type of position. And whilst I had my misgivings about this pawn, Magnus, he kind of, in the post-mortem, he explained to me that he really likes this pawn. And it gives him space, it gives him luft for the king, you know, and has some potential. He really liked this pawn. So maybe, yeah, as you said, yeah, it's a paradigm shift. It's just a good pawn. Yeah, we just need to learn to live with it.
Yeah. Speaking of which, here it is again. Ding Giri. It's not the same game. It's the same pawn. And Ding, as you mentioned, he's been creative, trying to find ideas here. Early queen d3. I think your boy played queen b3 at some point. So
My boy being Fabi, yeah?
Yeah.
Not everybody knows. Yeah.
people know. If they don't know, we should tell them. This gentleman is Grandmaster Rustam Kazimchanov, the 2004 FIDE World Champion, who's worked not just for world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, who played Magnus Carlsen in the last World Championship match. They drew, and then Fabiano lost the tiebreak. But he also worked for Vishy-Anand in not 1, not 2, but 3 World Championship matches. And Rustam worked, most importantly, for the German national team in the year 2011,
Yes.
when we, the Germans, chess powerhouse, won the European Team Championship. So you have a good track record.
Yeah, but that's this one. I mean, the one you mentioned with the German team, that actually felt so sweet. This was.
I agree.
Like, nobody really expected this, or nobody could possibly expect this. But it was just such an amazing performance of the whole team. I thought, like so sweet.
Was a bit like that new Ben Affleck movie, The Long Way Back, where an old, disillusioned, grumpy coach, beaten down by life, takes over a bunch of young, naive, sometimes at odds with each other,
I mean, if
kids, and leads them to the promised land.
If I didn't know any better, I would be sure somebody's paying you to say this. Like, it's the second time you bring up this movie.
I love that movie so much. I've watched it twice in very, very short succession. Anyway.
Ben Affleck has been in some good movies.
He's also been in a lot of bad movies.
Well, that may be true. I liked Argo. And
I like the catchphrase.
and Gone Girl, this was also Ben Affleck, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I like the Gone Girl too, yeah.
I even read that book. It's a good book.
Me too. Wow. Me too. I read the book.
Shout out to Gillian Flynn if you're watching. I don't know what this position is. Isn't Vichy all over the place and Gelfand has the center and all the good stuff?
I mean, I think in a higher sense, black is totally lost.
It looks horrible. No?
Yeah.
Like
Just the center is just so strong. Of course, I mean, things might still happen, but like for now, Vichy's play doesn't, I mean, just doesn't look too good.
Yeah, Anna in trouble. And we're getting the tip that we should check all the games. Thanks. Let's do that. And apologies with 5 rapid games running. Sometimes it's hard to check all of them.
Also, sometimes you don't want to check them because boy Peter, what happened to him here? How did he lose them? All his pawns.
This went wrong so quickly, no? D4, I'm already uncertain about. This is what you mentioned, yeah? Leela or whatever. Just strong players often, they will say, you can have that pawn, I'll go after your king. Whoa. It's a nice move, bishop a6.
Yeah. But that's what also Grischuk said about some game yesterday. It's like old-fashioned opening catastrophe, right? That is like he didn't castle, he's getting hit all over the place, he's struggling to finish his development. Like you're not supposed to be having this against the world champion. Yeah? He will not let you back in the game normally.
He has to go queen b1. What happened? Takes, queen to e5.
Yeah.
So you can castle, but I will take another pawn of yours.
Yeah, he's now trying to castle artificially, as they say, yeah? Knight f3 and then king f1, king g2. It is a bit sad. Yeah? You're playing a world champion, you pawn down, and you're just trying to finish a development, and all this was white. This is not a success story yet. Although, as we saw, Svidler is not easy to beat.
No, he can be very resilient as long as he believes in it, but sometimes he also, well, he gets so upset with himself and his play that he just calls it a game. But I don't think we're there yet. He looks very focused.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if he does manage to finish his development, the pawn deficit, he'll probably be able to live with. So it is an important moment. Also, Magnus, strangely, does not look that inspired by this position. Why do you think this is?
I would say that's Magnus's typical facial expression. That could be anything. Like, just woke up, like this is trivial, calculating.
Just woke
I find
up.
that hard to read.
Still asleep.
He played rook e8, which also looked like a natural move, fighting against king g2. Does white go e3?
It is possible. e3 and then king g2 is hard to stop. I don't know if white should try to get clever here.
We should mention we have royalty, not only in the chat in the form of International Master Lawrence Trent, but also in the commentary booth, because fashionably early, Alexander Grischuk, world number 6, 3-time Blitz world champion, is joining us today. Sasha, how are you?
Yeah,
Hi,
what's
Sasha.
up, guys? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, because I will likely be busy later, so I decided I have to join earlier. So we have lots of interesting games. Peter, unfortunately, is not playing his best game. I don't know what have he done going out of the opening, but it's some kind of. I guess maybe now he has more or less a position, yeah, because it looked just terrible at some point.
Yeah, here it looked like resigns, but he's sort of hanging in there, maybe, no? Right now?
Yeah, and so at least he brought his king into safety, unless maybe he will be pinned now, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. You have to go queen c6 and pin him so kind of forever, yeah, almost.
So maybe queen b5 is more or less has to be played, but he didn't play. What was wrong with it? Queen b5. I don't see a reason not to play it. Also, I think if black plays c4, it's very nice to have your queen on c5 with white, no? I don't get it. Why didn't he play it? Do you have a...
Yeah, now Magnus could have 2 pawns on the c file, like c4, c5, and queen c6 behind them, yeah? It could be like a very solid structure for black. And both of them passed pawns.
Mm-hmm.
But I know in rook endgames, sometimes it's very nice to have your rook in between the double pawns.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's the case here that black doesn't really want to play c5, because then queen on c6 actually doesn't support this c4 pawn.
I know this rook, and then queen behind is good, this Alekhine gun, but this is, yeah, Alekhein's water pistol.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Yeah, like Magnus, at no point he seems to be interested in this spin. Yeah, he had the chance to play Queen C6 a couple of times, but he's just, yeah, just making other moves.
Yeah.
Sensible moves, no?
Well, what do you think? Exchange of rooks is favorable for black?
I think exchange everything. Queen C pawn.
It's a plan, yeah.
Okay, I will even check what was wrong with Queen B5 because I don't know. I'm just very much surprised. So let's see. So Queen C2, yeah, Queen C2 is a very bad move, and Queen B5 is almost an equality according to the
Yeah, I think
agents.
that's something that Sasha was teaching us yesterday, right? Like Queen B5 and then Queen C5. This queen is annoying there, right? Like this queen that takes a pawn somewhere on B2, this kind of a queen, right?
I think it's a bit different situation, but okay. And Anish, he's going for sacrifices, I guess. I guess if F4, he will what? Just play Rook take E5 or something else.
You tell us. Looks nice.
Maybe like D3 and try to push them, no?
It's aesthetically very pleasing, no?
Also, black can play D3, C4 and just play for very long-term compensation. I kind of like this for black.
How did we get here? Looked like a standard position, then we got the usual H4, although here it's maybe a bit of a defensive move against G5 as well, no? Ding, complicated matters with D takes C5.
Well, this is one thing I noticed about Ding Liren. He loves material, like really, really likes it, to take a pawn which looks a bit shady, to take an exchange which looks anti-positional, and somehow really believes in material.
Because we're living in a material world, and I am a material Ding.
That sounds about right, yes.
So he did take a hot pawn.
Yeah, Anish plays this game with a lot of spirit, I have to say.
Is this time correct with Ding having, it cannot be, right? With Ding having 20 seconds.
Could be.
Maybe he disconnected.
No, he looks there.
No,
But I don't know what's wrong with his internet. I mean, he disconnects already for, I don't know, more than 5 times.
It happens frequently. I'm not sure if it's his internet or his VPN connection. I think in order to play, he needs this VPN. I'm not quite sure how it works, but I think
So
that's
does
the shaky
China
part.
block chess24?
I'm not sure.
But it's also say Ding Liren lost. There's something like we have some technical issues probably.
Another disconnect, but we can see him on cam. I don't know. Let's see if we're being told.
Something's a bit off, yeah.
Yeah, he lost
Yeah, the usual.
forfeit, due to forfeit. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, but he has to, I don't know how to fix it, but you can't compete like that, no? If you get disconnected, I don't know, 5 times per tournament.
Yeah, I also don't know how he has the heart to come back every single time for a new round, knowing that, you know, there is a 50% probability that he will lose a game on.
Also just
on
to make a move, no? He had, against Magnus, he had this Endgame where he should have, you know, moved around for 30 moves. And probably for him, that's just a bad strategy, because he might get disconnected and lose.
Yeah, but that's terrible, no? It should never be part of the equation.
Yeah. and I read that we can still see him on camera because Zoom, the players are all on the Zoom call, is accessible from China, but chess24 and chess sites in general aren't. So there you need the VPN thing. I guess that's the issue.
Well, he's
I
not
know.
using the VPN.
No, he is. He has to in order to play, but the Zoom, even if the VPN collapses, he can still be on it with his normal internet.
Okay,
I guess
he needs a better VPN, but China might be blocking VPNs as well, right? So you get this.
Yes, of course, they are blocking them heavily. It's big work you have to do if you want your VPN working stable in China. You need to, before you travel there, you need to put up some work and set up a very reliable VPN.
Sounds tough.
But I have a theory why chess24 is blocked. I mean, I had it before you said that they have a lot of chess sites blocked, which actually I never witnessed when I was in China, because I was in China many times, and I never witnessed that they're blocking chess sites. But why exactly chess24? I think because there are many sites that are sort of, dubious, and they have numbers in their name. So that's why, for example, in Russia, a very innocuous 2700.com was blocked for a couple of years because they just put it because it starts with numbers, Yeah.
I'm reading that could also be because there are like Facebook and Twitter widgets on the site. I don't know how stuff works. Could be.
I doubt it, because I remember, for example, because now in a lot of sites you have this Twitter,
the widgets.
Twitters, and they just, this part of the screen just doesn't load, but the whole site usually loads. So I don't know. Okay, maybe they have new rules since I've been there for the last time.
But from what I remember, in some of those countries, just the rules, they change daily, right? Today they block Twitter, tomorrow they don't, and so on and so forth. Yeah, very difficult to adjust to this.
But not in China. They have YouTube, Facebook, and so on blocked for many years, so for a decade, I think. So I think they're very consistent, actually. I mean, they are probably with VPN. Yeah, they're really fighting with VPNs, and in this area, I think it changes regularly. But like the big things are the same rules. I mean, that's what I believe.
I don't know a solution. I'm also not sure how easy it is for Ding to travel and so on, but this, feels very unsatisfying. And
yeah, he's probably not coming back for this game, right? But Vichy, his position looks interesting. Like again, Vichy has 1 million passed pawns.
Vichy's pawns always queen first. What was the rule?
Well, they're always faster.
Okay.
But now, Gelfand has a knight. To show for it, he plays knight c5. I don't know. I mean, this position looks like it's difficult to play for both sides. I wouldn't know. Like, do you push your pawn? What do you do here?
No.
Do I have to stop?
Okay, let's say c2. Let's say c2. I guess rook c1 is his idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking rook c1. Yes.
Rook c5, b3. What is this?
And if rook c8,
e8, b2. I don't know what is this.
But
white will win. Yeah, white will win, I guess.
Rook h8 check.
King g6 just taking on c2. Yeah.
No, but now you have queen b7 check. I don't understand.
Yeah.
No, I thought white would have to go like. This is a draw, because going to g4 is mate on f5. But I thought I would be able to go like rook f1 after checking you, like on move 42.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought here, instead of rook c2, I would go rook f1 and like queen.
And And you're arguing you have more material in the end?
I have more rooks, yeah. I claim more rooks, Your Honor.
Yeah, at least one extra rook is hard to deny. Vishy's played rook c7, stopping any knight b7 unpleasantness.
And he finally creates some sort of a threat, yeah, because his next move could be a4. And then finally get this pawns rolling, right?
So if we go rook c1 anyway,
then maybe a4.
take
And then take on d7.
Ah, so it's a draw.
and draw, yeah?
Yeah, this would be a draw, right? Boris played rook e5, king h7. I don't think Vishy is impressed. He has so many pawns.
Yeah, because
I guess
rook
after
e8,
rook e8, but
rook
has to be ready, right?
c7. Yeah.
I just take, yeah, oh my god, yeah, just take. Yeah, so white cannot actually. I thought you would play rook 3 pawns against 2 rooks, but you just take a pawn for free and let me look like a complete idiot. Yeah. Happens, right?
But maybe it's still rook c1 and maybe white is still okay. I don't know. But rook e5, yeah, was not a very precise move, I guess.
Clarify, I meant you never look like a complete idiot.
Okay. He played rook a1 and now
a4?
yeah, I was wondering because rook a4 allows probably c2 and somehow they probably just today rook a1
Always looks like it should end in a draw somehow. Can we do this?
I mean, black can probably draw in a lot of different ways, yeah, but whether he has more, I think is the question, yeah. Now Vishy played c2, so we expect rook a1, right? Because knight b3 looks shaky.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. Zasha, feel free to yell at us if we blunder pieces.
I don't know, it looks very reasonable. Yeah. And now maybe you just have to, I don't know, because if you give away a rook for the c pawn,
Might lose, no?
Yeah, you're probably right, yeah. And then rook c1, rook d2, and then b2, yeah. I don't see what white can do against this. Yeah, that's gonna happen, yeah. A good spot there, yeah. Nice.
and if white plays, let's say after rook take d7, rook c5, rook d1, king g2, take on a1, take on c2, then black is in time to play rook a7, rook b7.
So
And
here,
it's
b3 now.
ah, okay, yeah. You're right.
Sweet.
I learned from my system that pass pawns on the 6th and 7th rank are very good.
Now you read this
we will
book
have it.
thoroughly, yeah.
I used to be overprotective of my copy.
Sweet.
So it's just winning now?
Yeah.
Boris didn't read my system.
Yeah, I think white
Oh,
is not
and-
in time and thinking of some counterplay, but there is just no time.
And Svidler survived. Bravo.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow.
As you mentioned, it's tough to beat Svidler.
Yeah, no, guy is unbeatable.
That's a stretch, but he's resilient. Good job.
Yeah, so yeah, Vishy's pawns they quint. So I think maybe we can extend that proverb, yeah? Vishy's pawns are faster and they do queen.
So much faster.
Aha, and Vishy does the blocking the screen thing. It's very useful.
Oh,
The
nice.
Grischuk trick.
Yeah, but I was actually using the Plasta. It was not a newspaper. I have read somewhere it's a news. No, it was Plasta.
When will you guys discover like modern technology like this, for example? It's just a button.
No, but it's not reliable. You know. This
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
hack, but you cannot hack a blockade. You know.
My generation does not trust technology. Yeah? You need to be able to block it physically.
Yes.
Oh, I understand. I
Big
understand.
brother is watching you, right?
Yeah,
Hey, he's
that's why
watching.
you push the button.
And Ivanchuk is winning. Kramnik
Yeah,
overpressed. He had a very
dominating.
nice position, and then he overpressed. And you know, for some reason, he always plays very angrily against Kramnik. It's always a very principled matchup for him. He always wants to beat him very much.
I thought it usually didn't work for him, but yeah, this time, wow. It's just game over here, push stuff.
I was thinking maybe just king b5 c4 to come and pick up. Also, like whilst we have Sasha with us, maybe he can explain to us what happened in Leko Nepomniachtchi in that moment. You remember what we were thinking that Leko could sacrifice?
Yeah, the game ended peacefully in the meantime.
Ah, but it's a game Elianov against Vincent Keimer played in Isle of Man last year. So it was all, it's a draw. It looks horrifying for black, but in fact it's a draw, I think, in many ways.
Ah, okay.
But looks terrible for him. When I was watching this game live, I mean, not live even, I was there in Isle of Man, really live, I don't know. So, yeah, I was surprised, but then it was never better for Ian.
Do you know the line, or do you see how black should play this after knight h6? We couldn't figure it out.
King f8, I think.
Ah, okay, you do ignore it.
I know, maybe, yeah, maybe in this position. I don't know, I think maybe it was actually their game. And then rook f3, rook e5, maybe, or rook, I don't know, but it's like with computer, it's not any inferior for black. I mean, you have to play precisely for both sides.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Now, this
the usual conclusion, no? Sasha knows stuff.
Sasha knows stuff. Leko knew stuff.
Leko knew for sure.
Vincent Keimer knew his stuff. We, on the other hand, I did not know this stuff. Although I was actually there, just like Sasha, I saw this game live. Like I was in the same playing hall. And I was also surprised because I walked past, it looked completely lost for black, but it's not, right?
It's not even any worse.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do brief sum up. We have one game still going, Ivanchuk Kramnik, which Ivanchuk should win. Leko Nepomniachtchi ended peacefully, as Sasha just explained. It was probably always under control for Nepomniachtchi. Vishy-Anand defeats Boris Gelfand with the black pieces.
From what was probably a terrible position after the opening, right? Because which we checked in briefly here, it just looked awful for black. But you know, sometimes you do get lucky, and
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
He needed this.
Needed a break. Ding Liren got another disconnect, which he won't be very thrilled about. Peter Svidler held together a shaky-looking position against Magnus Carlsen, and Vasil Ivanchuk just defeated Vladimir Kramnik.
Yeah, I wonder about Peter's game, that if he prepared for queen take d5, queen d8, but didn't prepare for knight take d5, knight f6.
Ah, that's how you could get that position.
Yes, of course.
Mm.
It was just a
innocuous.
No, yeah, not exactly. Yeah, here he forced knight f3, but I don't think it.
Yeah. No. I had never seen this move, knight f6. Shall we have a brief look how it ended?
Here, apparently, queen d6 is already a serious inaccuracy. Somehow, queen d7 is much stronger, according to engine. I guess the point is that after you take takes, there is some knight c5. You cannot, protect your pawns and stop c-pawn comfortably. Black is more or less winning. And after queen d6, it's already not certain at all.
Yeah, around here, I briefly saw the position. It no longer looked so obvious. Yeah,
King came. All right. So that's it for round number 1. Before we hand over to Tanya, we should tell everyone. Rustem, first of all, sadly, it's your last day here today.
Yes. I am also
Leaving
sad
us?
about this. Yeah, I was having a lot of fun. I'm still having a lot of fun.
I'm genuinely sad. I enjoyed this. But the good news is people can play against you today at 9 p.m. You're doing a Banter Blitz show, which hopefully will also be a lot of fun. So if you are a chess24 premium member, you can challenge Rustem to a lovely blitz game of 3 minutes or 5 minutes. What do you prefer, 3 or 5?
I think 3 will allow us to play more games, right? Make a lot of more people happy.
Yeah, that's true. Although I usually prefer 5 because it allows me to talk more, making me more happy. So it's the usual trade-off. But yeah, don't miss that chance. Then next round, I'm wondering where the intrigue could come from. I feel for Ding, this doesn't make a lot of sense like this to always have these disconnect issues. Like, it's admirable he keeps fighting, but you can't play like that.
Yeah. No, I guess it also makes him upset, right? I mean, I just don't get it. It's just so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, now I think Anish is a clear favorite in this match. Okay, Peter, I guess I have to say he's a clear underdog against Magnus. And so, but Kramnik, Ivanchuk, still anything could happen. And I think this is #1 match in terms of excitement and expectations right now at the moment, but it can change, of course.
Also, what's your current tournament intrigue matchups? It's Gelfand and Kramnik still have chances for semifinals.
No, Kramnik, Svidler, and Giri. I mean, Gelfand will need a sort of a miracle, especially since he lost first game to Vichy.
Yeah.
No, I think it's just those 3 guys for 2 places. I think it's very simple. And one third will be sort of out.
Fair.
Again, we have
Giri,
this
you
Russian
always play-
expression. But it will again sound completely idiotic in English. Sort of like third is an extra one.
What's
Well,
that? Third is an
basically-
extra leg?
No, it's like you don't need the 3rd one, yeah, as is like applicable in a lot of situations in life, except for when you're drinking vodka, then you do need the 3rd one. This is well known.
Ah, okay.
You gotta have some Russian background. you
Yeah.
just gotta, yeah.
Because I know stuff like the 5th wheel or something, but usually up till 4 it's fine. I thought, no.
Well, there are all sorts of situations.
I don't know. You'll have to tell me more off the air. We'll go to commercials, then to Tanya. Oh, we go to Tanya first. Tanya's back. And you will tell me more about these situations. We'll be back with round number 2. Thank you guys for watching.
Thanks, Jan, Sasha, and Rustem for that amazing analysis to that incredible round that we had, and lots of stuff to celebrate for the Indian fans, especially as Vichy takes the lead in his match against Boris Gelfand. Let's take a look at what all of you have been saying on Twitter. Amrit says online tournaments don't affect FIDE ratings. Doesn't it have any impact on the super grandmasters play? Interesting point, Amrit. I definitely think that when your world rankings and your rating is at stake, it could possibly have a psychological effect on how safe you play, how much risk you take. But I think in this event, ratings are not at stake, but there's huge prize money at stake. There is, of course, the qualification to the finals at stake. And for 2020, this is the elite event of the year. This is where it's at, because over the board chess is not happening anytime soon, which means that despite it not having anything to do with the official ratings and ranking, it's what all these guys are taking extremely seriously. So perhaps we can see riskier play from them, but I think with their world standings and their pride and their ego, I think they're taking this event extremely seriously. Let's move on to our next tweet. Avtej Singh saying, as an Indian and chess addict, I genuinely hope Vishy picks up today, and your wish was granted, Avtej, as Vishy. What a game he played, not just the result, but I think that's a huge confidence boost, even in terms of the quality of play. And when you've been struggling with that, it's to have such a win is extremely important. All right, let's move on. Any chances of Vishy going into the final? Rohit, to be honest, I don't see that happening. I'm not sure what's the math here, but it will be absolutely miraculous. I think he probably needs to win everything outright without going into an Armageddon, and he probably still needs a few other results to go his way. I think for now, it's all about him just getting back into shape, getting some points up. I don't think he's thinking about the semis right now. It's just about getting some wins at the moment. The thought of semis, I'm pretty sure, is not even affecting Vishy at the moment. For all the fans, and we've got about 1.3 billion just in India for Vishy-Anand, of course, rooting for him. And because this is also a rematch of their World Championship, I actually want to quickly show you guys a game from the World Championship. But before that, we're going to go into a short commercial while I just bring that up for you. So I'll see you very shortly. And before the games lift off, we'll see some more Vishy magic happen.
Try brushing your teeth with the opposite hand of what you would normally use. If it's too easy, you can also balance on one leg at the same time. When you break even the simple routines, you can challenge your brain to strengthen underused nerve cells.
My name is Sebastian Mihailov, and I bring to you, along with the world champion Magnus Carlsen, the wonderful app Tactics Frenzy. Solve millions of unique, high quality and entertaining chess puzzles that have all been quality checked by strong grandmasters like Jon Ludvig Hammer and Jan Gustafsson. Become a member today and compete for monthly prizes sponsored by Chessable, chess24, Magnus Trainer, and of course, King himself, Magnus Carlsen. We have made sure that no matter how good you are at chess, you can enjoy this app and get the challenge of your life. Alireza Veruja, Alexander Grischuk, Sergei Karyakin, among a lot of elite players, they all love the app, and I can assure you, you will as well. Download the app today and become a chess champion.
All right, and we are back, and I'm ready to show you, well, what do you do when you go on a break from chess? You see more chess. All right, so this one is from the 2012 World Championship match, and I'm not sure which game you guys are thinking I'm going to show you, but the one I've chosen is Game 8, the comeback game from Vishy-Anand. So he actually, Boris Gelfand took the early lead in the match. He won Game 7, and it was a 12-game match. So he went into Game 8 absolutely not expecting what was about to happen. Let's take a look at the game first, and then we'll chat a little more about this epic matchup. So after D4, actually in this game, Game 8, Vishy started with D4. He had employed E4 in the previous round when he was white. Earlier in the match, he had played D4, and Boris had gone for the Grunfeld, in which even though Boris survived it and it was not a problem, He did come into some trouble later on with the black pieces. So after f3, probably Anand's team had prepared something against the Grunfeld. Boris decided to avoid it and avoid going into Anand's preparation, and instead went for c5. So this kind of goes into some kind of Benoni structures, or could be a potential transposition into a King's Indian structure. d5 and d6. After e4, bishop g7. Here, if white goes knight c3, it's a pure Samish King's Indian. But instead, because the knight is still on b1, Vishy decides to play an interesting idea. Instead of putting this knight on c3, he goes in with the g1 knight on c3, starting with knight e2. The point is that often in the Samish, when this knight comes out on e2, it's not really sure where you want to place it. Sometimes it goes to g3, but you kind of struggle with finding a spot. Vishy's approach in this game, after seeing that probably Boris was not going into the Grunfeld, he wanted to play something offbeat, and he found it, goes to knight e2, aiming to get to c3. After shot castle, continues with this. And of course, you might think, what the hell is this knight doing on b1? Because this knight definitely belongs on c3, but actually can also go to d2 or a3, because black's often aiming for an idea like a6, b5. So the knight on a3 will be quite useful. So Vishy puts this not very common structure, gets Boris to think over the board, and after thinking for some time in this unusual position, Boris plays a novelty. He goes for knight h5. It's quite a dynamic way to approach the game. He wants to try and get f5 in. It was quite a surprise for a lot of people, because Boris was already up in the match. So to go for such a dynamic approach was, it showed that Boris was quite fearless. But also it's the kind of position where you can't play slowly. Otherwise, Vishy would just try and get g4, h4 in. So Boris taking it head on with knight h5. Of course, the other option, the simpler option here, is to go e6, and it's a complex game, a different game, and it would go on after knight h5, taking advantage of the fact that Boris has not played e6 yet. White goes in with bishop g5. Bishop g5, pinning the pawn and making sure that e6 is not possible anymore. And I think by now, both these players were out of their prep, because knight h5, like I said, was something that hadn't been seen before. Vishy also now playing over the board. Just looking at the position, it's clear that it's going to blow up really soon. Boris played bishop f6 here. This plan was criticized later on by many annotators, and because it's just... And even Vishy during the game was quite surprised with this decision, because you kind of don't trade off the dark squared bishop so easily. So what was it that Boris had in mind? After trading off, Boris wanted to capture with the pawn, open up the e file, as well as try and get f5 in. An interesting approach, but also a risky one. After this, Vishy goes queen d2. He wants to get g4 in and make sure that black doesn't have the chance to jump in with the knight on f4. So queen d2 takes control of that square, now threatening g4 and pushing the knight to g7. Countering that idea, Boris played f5. Also, that's part of the plan. Vishy hasn't castled, and that's something that Boris is eyeing, trying to open up the e-file. Fearlessly, f5 pawn is grabbed. Boris grabs it back. And now Vishy did some amazing calculation in this position and goes for g4. At first, it looks like it's just a fork, but of course, Boris is not going to fall for any of that. He's thought of how he wants to counter it. Just give me a second. Okay, so he's thought of how he wants to counter it. And here after g4, Boris had the option to go queen h4 check, which later on a lot of commentators and annotators said was the right approach in this game. Instead, Boris played the very natural looking rook e8 check. But the problem with this move is that it in fact forces Vishy to move the king to a safer place. Vishy goes king d1. And of course, you don't want to make a move like king f2 here, because that just runs into queen h4, and black can always escape from the fork by taking on b1. You don't want to allow queen h4 with a tempo. So Anand goes with king d1. It looks like the king is still in the center, but actually it's quite safe. Here, Boris took on b1, getting out of the way of the fork. Anand grabs back and queen f6 here. This was a big blunder. And what Boris missed and what Anand saw is actually just absolutely thrilling. And I think it's a tactic which goes down in books and makes this literally, I think, the shortest decisive game in the history of World Championship matches. I'm not sure about that as a fact, but I think this is actually the shortest game ever played in a World Championship match, a decisive game. So what is it that Boris missed here? So the idea is clear that he wants to take on f3, forking the king and the rook, and that's what his counter is against if Vishy was going to take the knight on h5. Over here, I think Boris was just was expecting Vishy to move away from this, and after knight f4, a line like knight e4 sacrifices the exchange. This knight jumps to d7, eyeing the e5 square. Lots of compensation. Still a pretty complex game, but this is what Boris was hoping for. But the tiger from Madras, of course, saw something that shocked the whole world here. After taking on h5, Boris grabs on f3. He simply moves away on c2 and queen h1. I'm going to give you guys 10 seconds to think, what is it that Vishy played next and forced Boris into resignation? All right. If you guys found the move that won Vishy the World Championship match eventually, well done on that. And if not, here, Vishy Anand continued with the slow but the deadly, the lethal queen f2. And at first it looks like, wait, what does this move even do? But it simply takes away all the running away squares from the queen on h1. The queen on h1 is trapped, and white has the threat of going to d3 as well as h3, just killing the queen. And here, Boris Gelfand has no way to escape that, resigned. A move like knight a6 is possible, threatening the check on b4, but in fact, it doesn't help at all because Vishy can still go bishop d3, even make another slow move like a3, just completely controlling the square. And the queen still remains trapped, but also bishop d3 works in this situation. There was another resource found after, not knight a6 here, but after queen f2, an interesting idea, knight c6. And the point is, the only thing you don't want to do is go bishop d3, because here black has a, not this, but black has a really nice trick of going queen f3, and after queen f3, knight d4 check, and black wins. But simply after knight c6, after knight c6, white just grabs on c6, two pieces, overpower the rook, and white wins anyway. Boris Gelfand resigned after queen f2, and Vishy equalized the match instantly after losing game 7. A historic moment in the history of World Championship matches, as this became one of probably the shortest decisive game to have ever happened in a match. And I do see we're joined by Jan and Rustam, and I think this is the perfect time for me to ask Rustam, because Rustam was part of Vishy's team at that moment. What was the feeling after this game, this 17-move game that happened, Rustam? Still on mute, guys?
Well, I think mainly it was the feeling of relief, right? I mean, there is nothing quite as strenuous as losing a World Championship match game and trailing. And we had so many problems in this match theoretically against Gelfand, who was so well prepared. So yeah, it was a huge relief that he won back so quickly.
That was literally the next day, no?
That was literally the next day after a sleepless night, as I think I mentioned a few days ago. So yeah, this was extraordinary, and also in a way, of course, very lucky, because things have to go exactly right for you to win a game like this. So yeah, this was a blessed moment for Vishy.
A sleepless night for Vishy, no? You got your usual 10 hours?
I got my usual 10 hours, exactly. Yes, that's exactly what I got.
This is the line they're all debating now, no? Alexander Grischuk. Do you know this system, this Queen C7? Is this a big new thing?
I guess so. I guess, yeah. I guess.
In the old days, or not the so old days, until recently, they all played 97, knight g6 here, no?
Well, there are a lot of playable moves, f6, d6, all sorts of knight e7, yeah. And queen c7, I think Boris also played this against Ding Liren, right?
Wasn't this Magnus Fabi as well?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Fabi
But
Magnus.
very recently,
Actually, exactly like Vishy now played. I think this is what Fabiano was doing in this clutch showdown against Magnus.
I should stop being surprised every day in every opening, but that people just naturally combine castles on h4 all over the place is still weird to me.
well, after knight e7, it's just so logical, right? Because the only place this knight can go is to g6. So you get ready to meet him. So in fact, this is also the way Magnus was playing. Yeah, he would play something, and then back to g8, right?
Yeah, e5, wait for h5, and then go back.
Yeah. And more often than not, things did not really work out for Magnus in the openings, I would say. But then, usually he found the ways to make it complicated.
And we have amazing stuff going on in Anish Ding game. Look at that.
c4, e5, knight f3. This is rare, but I've seen this played in one of Anish's very well publicized secret training matches. I think Jordan beat him with this. E4, knight d4, knight c6, e3. So.
And now black plays queen f6, knight b5, queen d8.
Queen f6 was not played in that game. I can't recall. Takes on d5 or something.
I mean, takes on d5 looks like a normal human approach to the problem. Queen f6, knight b5, queen d8 reminds me of
normal, no?
of like Suat's favorite saying. You know this one, yeah? It's not very PC, but he usually says like it's kind of take me to the mental hospital move, yeah? So it's kind of looks very tricky.
Looks strange.
Yeah, but there is probably some point to this, yeah? Otherwise we assume Ding Liren wouldn't play it, right?
I don't know, maybe it's like his protest against his constant disconnections.
Well, the protest would be like more like queen takes f2, right? Queen d8 is more passive-aggressive protest.
Maybe he was also just expecting Anish to play queen f3 Magnus style, yeah, so he was just getting ready.
Oh, wow. I don't think Anish is doing this.
No, I don't think anybody should feel any moral obligation to do so.
But there is a chance that there is some chess justification to this, right?
No,
what?
I don't think so.
Like the knight is on the wrong circuit now.
I just don't get
like
it.
Knight c3, you go a6, and then the inclusion of knight c3 and a6 favors you. It's very hard to justify, no?
I just don't understand this, yeah?
No, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, mouse sleep or something. Or just an emotional breakdown.
Yeah, no, I find it difficult to provide any sensible commentary to this.
No, we know, but we still like having it.
No, I mean, it's not like black is lost or anything like that, no.
No, but it's just a very strange thing to do, right?
Also, just long term, you get a worse structure, no? It's like, where do you get the structure? Like Budapest Gambit, no?
Yeah.
These positions, if both sides develop, white is just a little better, no?
Yeah,
it's one of those structures. People usually say white has a slight but long-term advantage, which I completely disagree with. I think it's long-term, yes. Small, hell no.
Big long-term advantage.
Yes.
d3, knight f6. We have more fun stuff happening, although this is a position I know for a change, so
yeah, this
less fun when you know it.
This is a big theoretical position, yeah.
Yeah, this is this line from Carlsen versus Ding. Before that, I guess, Edouard against Nakamura and so on. I gave this in my Nimzo video series.
But yeah, they keep going here, and especially if it comes as a surprise, Carlsen recently beat Wesley here very quickly.
Yeah.
It can be very dangerous.
Yeah, I'm surprised because in general, I mean, I understand that this line is a draw, but it is a draw in a way that it is almost impossible to remember everything. And there are safer ways to play with black.
Yeah.
Black does not like necessarily have to go for the heart of this.
I was attracted to it because, yeah, you can mathematically probably force it if you want to, but you have a weak king, so yeah, let's see.
Yeah,
Let's see what comes.
Peter Leko again has disappearing his jacket, and it's very fun to watch. It's like I think in 80s they were filming movies about future like that, you know, like some kind of Terminator and so on.
We've come a long way since Terminator 1.
Well, we never made a better movie, right?
Terminator 2.
Terminator 2 and, you know, Back to the Future. Those were the days. I don't think Leko is happy.
But he's still in book, no? He's just trying to remember.
But there is a lot to remember.
Queen C2.
Queen C2 is
95,
not the...
no?
Queen C2
It's
is not
95,
the most...
H4, yeah, knight takes
This is
C3.
it, no? 95, H4, bishop C3.
Yeah, but there is also
No,
like
knight
the
C3,
line
knight
with
C3.
a piece sacrifice, right? Like instead of Queen C2, bishop D3, isn't it also like semi-crucial?
Don't
And
give
then like
away all your secrets.
and a Queen B2. I mean, this is also a line, right?
I don't know.
Bishop C3, like knight or rook C2, knight B5. I thought this was a line of sorts. Yeah, maybe I'm confused with something, or maybe knight B5. I'm confused. Don't listen to me. Ignore me. Queen C2 is an endgame, yeah.
Queen C2 is, I thought, what they were playing. No, knight D5 is the main move.
And then H4 and so on. Yeah.
H4 and so on. Wesley, I think, played some other move here, not knight D5, maybe. I can't remember.
Okay, I have to leave. Maybe I will be back for the last games, but maybe not. So just in case, take care and have fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you, Mr. Grischuk. This is a new situation for us. Normally, we have to make it through games 1 and 2, and then Sasha comes to drop knowledge.
Yeah.
No, it's just us.
They're just us and no knowledge.
All alone. Well, this position I've seen before. I think this is what Wesley played as well. Queen C2 back. You can give a check.
Yeah, like with Nepomniachtchi, I never know how much knowledge do you think he has in this position? How much knowledge do you think he needs to play this
Very
position?
hard to say because he's also so strong and so good at bluffing, well, he doesn't slow down if he doesn't know something, which is why I think he's actually underrated as a theoretician. I think there's a solid stack of ideas there, especially with white. Every now and then you see him doing something very, very nasty.
Yeah. Like against Ding Liren, for instance, the game you mentioned, the candidate. I have the same feeling also, like when I play with black against Mamedyarov, at some point he obviously like runs out of ideas in the opening, and then he plays like a computer for like another 20 moves.
Yeah.
And then what does it matter, no? If you're out of the book, if you continue to play like a computer, no? It's really not fair. Like really not fair.
Yeah. No, with Jan, I'm not sure how complete he is. I don't think he's a Leko type that, knows every single branch of his repertoire till the end, or at least has notes on it. But I think with these, hit with targeted prep, especially with white, he's done some very nasty stuff.
Yeah, like the hit and run kind of approach, yeah? No, also with black, sometimes he plays very shaky niders, but they usually work out for one game, and then that's all you need, right? Works out for one game, and then you bring up some new weapons for the new game.
Modern chess. I'm also not sure how the NAPO organization looks. Maybe you know more about on this topic than me. With these Russian coaches, I'm always confused because guys like Potkin, for example, and I think Ryazantsev, we should ask Sasha actually, he would know. I think they work for the federation, and then sometimes they're assigned to an individual player. No,
I think, I mean, from what I saw, like the last couple of years, Potkin was basically Nepomniachtchi's second, like the full time. And there was a phase when Potkin was with the team, then Potkin was with Karyakin. But at some point, these two, they found each other. And it seems like whatever they're doing, it's working. It's working for them. And also, like, yeah, I mean, Jan might not impress you like the most theoretical of players, but nevertheless, whenever I see Potkin the tournaments, he looks like he has been working all night. Yeah, so kind of.
Always looks very tired.
Yeah, the guy is industrious. And also they say, also like Karakin said the same thing about Ryzantsev. Yeah, like such a good second, so many ideas. Yeah, I mean, must be nice.
Yeah, also. No, I don't know exactly how the system works. Would be interesting to talk more with Sasha, but they've had quite a few people working for many years. There must be big stacks of ideas as well, no? And I'm never sure who gets access to what and so on. So it's very interesting to me. But what we're saying is he knows some theory other than being incredibly good and probably being able to calculate all the theory if you had to. This, I believe, is the game, Carlsen versus So, which Magnus won quickly, but the computer did not think it was necessarily better for white if black knew his stuff.
No, but it seems like, I know, like, I don't know this position, but it would seem to me like even if white takes on c6, plays king f2, then plays bishop c4, b3, like I don't think white is risking a lot, and I think maybe black still risks a bit more, but this is just my first impression. Could also be like completely off.
Actually, if memory serves me well, I believe Wesley played bishop d7, and the computer, probably I checked, the computer said knight c6. Maybe someone in the chat can inform us. Maybe he didn't play bishop d7.
Yeah, I don't remember this structure from that game, like 96 BC. I don't think this was the case. Yeah.
And we're being told that we should have a look around, not get too obsessed with this, because in Kramnik Ivanchuk, there are fireworks. Although
Ivanchuk played the dragon.
This is still very close to a theoretical position. Like this I've seen before at the very least. Gawain Jones probably has already analyzed all of this. But c4 bishop d5.
This does. I think this does exist. This very position does exist. I also think that maybe instead of queen e1, if you could return to move 18. I think mostly people play like bishop c4 instead. They want to be ready to just, take on e6 when this knight moves, or put this bishop on b3 where it's kind of very, very solid. Queen e4, what happened now is something where black might get more chances.
And wow, we have Gawain Jones in the chat, at least to my mind. Mr. Dragon nowadays, I think he wrote 2 books on it. He says, exciting, Gawain, enlighten us. Is all of this known stuff? It's cool, by the way, about Ivanchuk that he can just play the dragon, which is not his only opening. He can play any opening, but still be into details in these lines, no?
Yeah. I mean, with him, you just really never know. As I think I mentioned a couple of days ago, I played in a tournament with Ivanchuk very recently in the United States, and there, like after the tournament, we were having a dinner, and I sat at the same table with Ivanchuk and also with the Grandmaster Kaidanov, Kaidanov asked Ivanchuk, like, Vasily, how is it these days? Like, is your memory still very good for openings? And because, this is kind of, old man talk, yeah? We get together and we talk to each other about, how the memory fades and calculation fades, everything fades, nothing works.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, and then Ivanchuk was like, yeah, actually it is. My memory is still very good and I take great pride in it. I still remember like most of my openings and stuff. Yeah, we were like, yeah, good to be king, right? I mean, what do you say, right?
Must be nice.
Must be nice indeed, yeah.
In the meantime, Gawain is informing us. Sorry, hands full with baby. Hard to check too much. Congratulations, Gawain. How old is your kid? Couple of weeks? E5 not very topical, he's saying. Yeah, in my days, we tried to, in 2009, we tried to force draws here, which wasn't that simple. Like, you end up in some slightly worse endgames often in this knight.
Well, this is
f4.
also like very theoretical, like queen b6, knight a4,
Yeah.
queen a5, provoking.
Queen c7.
Now, very often, like queen a5 provoking b3, that's what also Vichy told me. Yeah? It was like good understanding. Very important not to let this bishop anchor on b3. And now there are all sorts of clever moves, like rook e1 is like super clever.
Yeah.
And then queen e5. And very often, surprisingly, white gets what you would call a good scotch. Because like white plays rook e1, queen e5, black ends up playing queen d6, like rook d8, for instance, now, queen e5, queen d6. And very often after you take that queen, you get like a better version of some scotch type ending. So I was actually quite fascinated by, you know, how dragon can turn into a scotch. Actually sounds funny, a dragon turning into a scotch. Yeah.
Just stop talking. Gawain is saying his kid is 6 weeks old. I was 7 weeks old, so I can tell you exactly what's going to happen the next week. Way ahead.
Yeah.
What's this? Usually you want to be pawn up, no, for this, but you're not.
But also, like, why queen e4?
Let's check.
No, but like I understand, but why not knight e4? Does it have a problem? And what if I take this guy and play bishop a5? And
Looks more natural, no?
Looks more natural to take with a knight.
Take some d5.
Yeah, this actually starts to resemble the structure from that famous game from the movie. I don't know. Have you read the New Chess article about this like a few years back?
I'm sure.
I don't know. There was a movie called, I think, Grandmaster, filmed in Soviet Union, where like a lot of prominent chess players featured, like Korchnoi and Tal and so on. Like I think it was early 70s, and it featured like some famous game which had very similar structure to this one. The actual game was played by some masters in Soviet Union. I don't remember who this was. They made it into a movie, and there was like a brilliant point, and it was just a brilliant movie, and all this. I wish my memory had been any more precise than that.
I'll go check it out. I've seen a movie called The Grandmaster, but it was about Kung Fu.
Yeah, it was a Wong Kar-wai movie. Yeah,
So.
That was a very good movie. I loved it.
Both that one and Ip Man, or IP Man, as I like to call him.
He was the actual teacher of Bruce Lee, right?
IP Man, yeah. Don't mess with his intellectual property.
Is Magnus in trouble? No, he just plays c4, right? He cannot be...
I'm so sick of all these pawns on h5. Seriously, can we have a new rule? Keep your pawns on h3. I can't have it every game. It's bothering me.
It works by me. Yeah.
Every game.
This one also, yeah. Or at least, you know, so some people, they block the h pawn.
Not
like
here, but it would have come.
Like Ivanchuk just blocked it. Yeah, I mean, this is like Nipomniachtchi Leko, that's what I meant, yeah? This position, probably fine, probably in Leko's book, and still looks more dangerous for black than for white. Yep. So like the fun of actually playing this line is very...
No, this is great. This reminds me of my beloved Vienna. You have all kinds of these lines where you have a shaky king, you have an extra pawn that's completely insignificant, you don't develop your queen side, but if you push the button hard enough, then in the end it will be 0-0.
No, so also really like Vienna, yeah. They make a good chocolate tart. What is it called? Like Sachertorte. Yeah, it's quite nice, yeah. Once I visited Georg in Vienna when he was hanging out in Vienna, and he took me to some cafe. We had some really nice chocolate cake, yeah.
I think, I haven't been to Vienna much, but I think they're just better at living, like with these cafes and the vibe in general. This is probably gross oversimplification.
Well, the vibe
just seems like
the vibe is very chill. I mean, it's very chill, but I mean, you actually live in Hamburg, yeah, but I think the vibe is kind of comparable.
The weather is not probably.
The weather is probably not. Also, you don't have chocolate cake.
We do have chocolate cake.
You don't. You really don't. But yeah, Zachatote, I mean, if you ever go to Vienna, I can only recommend it. You check it out.
With all this Vienna love, I have to mention at this point. Shout out to Graz, still my favorite city in Austria. Love Graz. Okay, done. Is Magnus better or worse?
I think Magnus is doing okay at least. And my question would be like, after knight takes d5, do you take with the e pawn opening the diagonal and the file, or do you take with the c pawn because the resulting structure is so promising for you?
I would take with the e pawn
and try to deliver a fast checkmate, right?
Feels like you're feeding two birds with one scone, no? ED5, you're freeing the bishop and the rook.
Feeding two birds?
Have you heard that? That it's not a very pleasant saying to kill two birds with one stone. So we're switching to feeding two birds with one scone.
Okay.
It is pretty violent, no? Kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah. And make it look like an achievement, yeah?
Exactly. So ED played by Magnus, bishop to f6, threatening d3.
I mean, we have to mention that the structure is almost identical, except for that pawn on h5, right? This pawn on h5 is an achievement, is an intruder on black's camp. And now like queen f3, maybe try to mate him. Oh, he played bishop d3. He's not trying to mate him right away.
He's trying to keep his rook for starters, no?
Well, I mean, to begin with, he prevents rook e8. Because queen e8 is also like mate in 2. So he prevents it. He kept his open file. And his attack will start like half a move later, once he prevented, d3 for good.
Also, black has to do something, no? If white just, gets a move to put bishop somewhere.
It's actually interesting. It looks halfway symmetrical, but every piece of white is a little bit better than black's piece.
Yeah, this guy would much rather be on d7.
Yeah, and that guy would be on d, and the g pawn would more rather be on g7. Yeah, and like everything is just a little bit wrong with black's position. This is Magnus's magic also, right? Doing everything just a little bit better than his opponents.
Also, that sums up why he's the best player of our times. No, it's not one thing, but he's so good at, all the small things. This looks highly unpleasant all of a sudden, no?
Yeah, it does look unpleasant. Rook e8, and I don't know. I mean, you can try to play bishop f6, trying to get to the black king. Or you can find like fancy moves, yeah? Like, I don't know, queen g3, queen f4, like some sort of creeping in moves. Or maybe even h6. I don't know if h6, bishop f8, for instance, is a big achievement for white.
Now the small factor is Magnus has 12 minutes, Peter has 3.5. 3.75.
Yeah.
I will mention I'm sick of the h-pawn.
Yeah.
Different situation, I'll admit, but still, here he comes.
Whatever Ding Liren's concept was,
it did not work.
Did not work. If he was trying to send a message of sorts, I wonder what this message has been. Yeah?
Probably the message didn't make it past his firewall.
Yeah.
What does he want? h5, g5, knight e4 or something fun at least?
No, but the problem is that I can take this knight, right? Queen e4 and just play like rook h2, because I think that one is just a check, unless I'm missing something big. So I don't think knight e4 ideas work, which means you will have to probably play h5, g5, and knight somewhere back, like to d7, and get ready for a long and thankless defense after like bishop h3, and white's position is better, looks better, and
yeah, scary.
And just like Grischuk said, yeah, durable, yes. Small, I doubt it. Yes.
Chat boys, chat girls, what do you want to see? Which game shall we go? I can read. Can you show Anand match? We can.
Anand.
This was a fun opening phase.
Yeah, I also have a feeling that this is not entirely novel. I mean, this setup and this structure, I think I've seen it somewhere.
So now we have an endgame where the question is complex. Get rid of this weakness without leaving weakness behind. Because even sometimes you exchange the pawn, but the square remains weak. No, that's what Mr. Nimzovich taught us.
That is correct, yeah.
Here, we don't capture a pawn. Ugh, it's an unpleasant horsey.
BC, and I would already consider like going f4 with black, but maybe this is panic. Because like, yeah, Gelfand just took DC, DC, FE. He thinks that, you know, he will be a pawn down, but his bishop will compensate. And white's pawns are also not fantastic at the moment. And he probably went D4, right? D4, D4, FE4, yeah, judging from the position I see now. Yeah, D takes E4 and takes. D
takes E4, F takes E4. I can read there's a heated debate about the pronunciation of scone.
Yeah.
I only knew scone. Is it a UK-US thing that you can pronounce it scone? I've never heard that.
Yeah, also the whole topic of, you know, adjusting a well-known idiom for unclear reasons, yeah, big topic.
Anish.
This just looks absolutely disgusting for black.
Queen D8, yeah.
Yeah, you could also play bishop f4, right, and almost...
Yeah, wasn't that a better square? Maybe he doesn't want to get hit by 96.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to avoid 96, just avoid everything. Because right now, if black plays knight e6, he might just play like rook e5, then rook e1, and then f4, f5. It just looks strong.
Yeah.
Queen d8, b3. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. Was this really necessary?
It's the Kramnik style, no?
It's a Kramnik style, his position is already so dominant, right? You'd expect that, you know. But yeah, he will go b3, king b2. I think maybe he's already enjoying himself.
Keep that king safe.
Gotta keep the king safe, yeah.
Then goes b6. Still king b2, or do you react? Could you think about c6?
Well, c6, queen d6, he'll probably not like, yeah, because a big square. But maybe bishop f4 comes to mind now that c7 is kind of a bit weakened. I mean, black's position is, of course, like absolutely horrible, but if Ding Liren is in the mood to defend, then yeah, he will still put up a fight.
The scone debate rages on. Isn't...
I mean, how did you manage to start a debate on this topic during a chess broadcast?
I don't know, sorry, I get distracted sometimes. Moving on. I do know it's pronounced scone because that's how Larry David calls it.
Larry David, that man has never been wrong in his life about anything, right?
I agree. But somehow many people seem to disagree with him all the time.
It's Larry David. How could you disagree with him? No, the man is a legend. Especially when it comes to curbing my enthusiasm.
Exactly. I think he was teaching Mocha Joe something about scones.
Anyway, moving on. Sorry. Vichy is
It is probably a bit better for white, but probably drawable in good hands. Like, I don't know, maybe knight f5 or like bishop e6, like some moves hitting white pawns.
looks like Boris has done okay. No, it looked worse earlier somehow. Maybe.
I mean, the entire position is like this. Yeah, it at some point requires a pawn sacrifice. It is kind of sort of built into your structure that at some point you will sacrifice a pawn, but your structure will improve. I don't know how widely known this phenomena is. When you have a weakness, sometimes losing this weakness improves your structure quite seriously.
Yeah. Also, sometimes your pieces are no longer busy defending your stupid weakness. Yeah, they can do other stuff.
Exactly. And then you begin wondering, did I have to defend this weakness in the first place? No. So Leko is actually he's fine. I mean, he had this dangerous looking position. Probably had to display some accuracy, but he did.
He's sturdy.
Yeah, no, the guy is still a top player, yeah, by any means. So this game will be drawn shortly. And what is happening? It's been a while, since we saw Kramnik Ivanchuk. Is there still some excitement? That was a dragon, yeah, from what I remember.
I do remember that part too. Oh, this looks exciting.
Also looks kind of nice for black. Knight so strong on f4, the king much safer.
If you have to go rook d2,
then I can at least pick up my
case.
pawn on d6, yeah, and just enjoy myself. I don't know, maybe like the queen c2 could be a better try from white, but could also be like losing to something. Like knight e6 comes to c5 or d4, I don't know.
A lot of arrows to be drawn here. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult position for white. I'm glad this is not my problem to solve, yeah? Let Kramnik solve it.
Yeah. And we've had this Kramnik theory before. I'm not sure if it's fair to apply it here. I don't think he's as strong in e4 positions as in d4 positions. Like, I understand he played a world championship match and he's an amazing theoretician everywhere. Maybe it's my youth. I grew up with the 90s Kramnik playing one knight f3. Then he would somehow take that center away from you, and then he would queen his d pawn. I like that Kramnik.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know how it is. You sometimes feel it from outside. Like, for instance, when also Ding Liren plays e4, like I wouldn't say that his e4 is worse than others, but it feels different.
Yeah.
You kind of feel that this guy is not a natural e4 player. And then sometimes it takes a while, a certain period of adjustment before it starts feeling natural.
With Levon was the same, no? Like, maybe.
Yes.
He's been doing it a bit longer. Maybe it feels more natural now already. But and I'm not sure if it's a drop in playing strength or if it feels different to us. For Kramnik, I always felt, don't play the Sicilians with your king on the queen side, Vlad. I don't like them for you.
Yeah, no, I think you're onto something there. No, and I also think, you know, a guy of this kind of caliber like Levon or Kramnik, they do know this, but they're also stubborn people, yeah, who are used to getting their way in chess, so they kind of continue.
And they could also be right, no? Like, they will play this at an amazing level.
If
they stick with it.
No, but also, like in chess, sometimes you need to start playing new moves, new openings, because that's how you expand your horizons, right?
You keep your relationship fresh with Kaisa. Something I never did. It's what Ivanchuk said as well, yeah? If you're tired of the Sicilian, play the French.
That is correct, yeah. No, I never was able to do what the current top players have been doing for years. Just stick to like Berlin and just keep playing it and playing. Like at some point, Karyakin, he played like the same variation of the Berlin like 187,000 times in a row.
K8, H5. Put the rook on H6, see what happens.
And he was just completely indefatigable, right? He just played it and played it and played it. And he would be like, when will you get tired of this? No. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he's still playing it, right? Damn.
All right. So Kramnik
is potentially in trouble, but it's of course complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to
like
calculate
96.
failing, of course.
96 c5 looks like one way of doing it.
This bishop is not yet doing much, no?
Yeah. But also, like, can we calculate like something more dynamic? Also, like black can immediately attack this rook, right? Like if we play queen a6, then white will probably hang in there with like rook b5 or rook b3, yeah? Just making it impossible for black to open the b file. Yeah, he played rook d8, yeah, which looks like a safe move, but maybe not the most ambitious move.
Maybe it had to be done eventually, anticipating d7.
Well, his idea is basically just to play the endgame, right? One day he just wants to take the d6 pawn and then just play. But it's not clear how exactly he's doing it. But also maybe finding a move for white is a difficult task. How do you play after d7 here, for instance?
I thought still 96.
Yeah, maybe still. I just look so bad for white, right? Like objectively, I have a feeling if you would run an engine, it would collapse white's position in a split second. No?
Sounds likely. Let's briefly check in with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, who has been putting pressure against Peter, but is he breaking through?
Well, I mean, it looks like his has already broken through.
It's a bunch of pawns up for
Yeah.
grabs, no?
You can take, well, on g6 would be the most natural way to do it. And I wonder what he's looking at now. Maybe he's looking at like bishop f5. And then takes on f7, for instance, king f7, queen h5 check, and king takes e7, and trying to assess, for instance, whether bishop f5 d3 is maybe some counterplay. But queen f5 takes. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you right away what this is.
Yeah, I don't know either, but it feels like this could just be a draw as well, no?
It could be just a draw, or it could be just dead lost for black. Yeah, it's kind of very difficult to say. So of course, white kind of needs to take this decision with some responsibility. And of course, he could also take the other pawn on c5. But there also bishop f5 looks like potentially annoying counterplay. There's one thing I noticed about Svidler. No matter how much better you are, it's very difficult not to allow some sort of counterplay. I mean, he will find it. It's like Liam Neeson, yeah? He will find it and he will kill you.
Or draw you, at least.
Or draw you, yeah? I don't know if Liam Neeson is capable of that, yeah?
Imagine if he tracked you down and then he does a nice drawing of you. And HG, Peter also goes bishop f5.
Yeah.
GF, that was your line. There's time travel in Giri-Ding.
Things went horribly wrong for Giri here.
Ding is back. And he's better, maybe.
I mean,
safer king.
Safer king with queens and no time for Giri. This is horrendous. He played queen e5. I mean, like who the hell let this happen, no?
Anish.
Like he was so in control and then this control slipped from him so decisively. Oh, wow.
just has these 2 passes as well. No, it looks like it's too much to handle.
Yeah, no, white will have to prevent the passer with like queen c1. He will have to do this.
Pay some attention to the king.
And then black will have to combine the ideas, yeah, like queen d5, bishop f7, this kind of things. And white is probably not saving this in any long term or short term. Yeah, like queen d5 threatening bishop f7 looks nasty.
Yeah, so targeting this pawn just for good luck. Yeah, we have a lot of action.
Yeah,
we'll have to do some jumping.
Completely winning, yeah.
Vishy is coordinated.
Like how he dominated black's position so suddenly, and so decisively. Like here, it looks like not much was going on. Gelfand lost some time taking the pawn. Put his knight on c8.
Knight is already maybe.
Knight is better on e7, but it's not better on c8. And now, wow, this has gone wrong for black. This is like textbook example of how things go wrong. And this puts him at 2-0, right?
If he wins this, which we can assume.
Yeah, this will put him at 2-0. Wow.
His first victory is incoming.
Yeah, that's about damn time, right?
Yeah, and that would mean that Gelfand is probably out of contention for making the semifinals if he loses today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Did they get this endgame I mentioned? Carlsen, Svidler?
They did. Wow.
They got this endgame and...
Isn't it just a draw? I shall wait.
Well, I mean, that is possibly just a draw, yeah? This was always the big question. I mean, he can go to h5 with the king, I thought. He's moving his bishop there. I wonder what he wants. I mean, there is this, like, this famous Arena and Endgames here that he won against, like, Knightage, for instance. But at some point, you go, like, d6 and bring your king around, take on a5, and... but yeah, right now, I actually don't see.
Even then, yeah.
Well, maybe that's what he wants to do. He brings his king to the... Now he's bringing his king to the queen side. He will play a4.
Now to create the idea of then...
To create the idea of the passed pawn will give you a difficult choice. Whether you want to let the king in or give him this potential passer. I mean, I wouldn't evaluate my chances to draw this at 100%.
No, but this is a very instructive plan, which of course I didn't think of it. Like, I'm not sure if maybe we have to regroup the bishop first, but...
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Maybe you can also allow d3 to happen because this pawn will die there.
Yeah, basically this idea, yeah, if you take, then the king has a way in. If you don't take...
Then one day you might be able to create the passed pawn there, like bishop f8 here, for instance, and d6 takes king d5, and then king c6, b6.
Yeah, which would be harmless with the pawn still on a2.
Yeah, this would create a passed pawn.
Lethal here because this guy just queens. So.
This is correct, yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, black might have to like lash out to find some counterplay, like d3, and then bishop g7, d4, f2, like things like this, but difficult, of course, yeah? Because you might just end up losing the rest of your pawns. I mean, I wonder how Svidler will solve this particular...
Chess is so complex, no? Like, looks like, okay, this is holding, there's no way through, but boom, king back, a4, and then king back.
Yeah.
Ding.
Yeah, Ding is winning.
Checkmating.
Probably needs some sort of precision. He took on a6, which maybe was not the most clinical. It looked like forced mate, actually. Like queen f1 instead looked like forced mate to me. Queen f1, king b2, queen b1, king a3, queen a1, and like bishop f7. Looked like it should be forced mate. Bishop f7 and then queen a4 check. Looks something. I mean, like in the game, he looks like white got some sort of consolidation.
Pretty sad consolidation, but yeah, not over yet. H3.
Well, H3, bishop C3, yeah, will
counterplay.
Will create some countermeasures. Also, like some check are possible. So that's why he's going queen g3 check. And now, of course, Giri wishes he had more than 30 seconds at his disposal. Plays queen f2, which looks like a correct move unless it blunders the bishop. So you have to make sure it doesn't, like queen e5 check. King f1 and pray, right? Now he played queen e2. Yeah, I actually noticed one thing about top players. They are better at not blundering their pieces.
It's an important skill.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm not even joking about
Me
this.
neither.
Yeah, it does sound like a joke, but it's not. Yeah, it's just so good at keeping their pieces together.
Queen a1, queen d1.
Yeah.
All right, briefly. Some scores. Vishy-Anand did win and is leading 2-0. And Vasil Ivanchuk also won his game with black against Kramnik and is leading 2-0.
Yeah, no, we did see this. Yeah, this wasn't looking good for white. So probably the appearance of Mr. Gawain Jones in the chat was kind of foreboding evil for Kramnik here, yeah?
Sure.
They're like Chucky inspired by the gods of dragon, or by the god of dragon,
That's a badass name, no? The God of Dragon.
Somehow this did not go according to plan. At least I don't see the white pawn on a4.
I see white pawn on f7, but it's not going any further.
Oh, wow. Oh, the game is already drawn? Oh, what a titanic defensive effort from Svidler to defend this ruin of a position against Magnus twice in a row.
Maybe with Kayaki no longer being so active, Svidler sees an opening in the Ministry of Defense, no?
Mm.
This is good stuff.
This is incredible.
So here he's just, how do you call this? Kasmiller will call it body checking, no? He's body checking the white king, so the king shall not pass.
Yeah, he's creating some sort of a barrier which the white king is never capable of crossing. Yeah, this is
good.
This is good stuff. Yeah. So like just when white was threatening to play a4, he found some counterplay with h5, h4.
Oh, that's what he did.
Yeah. And then Magnus went back, but I guess we'll see a thorough analysis of this endgame in chess magazines yet to be published.
Can't wait.
Actually, something of favorite topic of mine, opposite colored bishops.
We all need hobbies.
Yeah, a very difficult area of chess to understand. Like I was just so surprised by a lot of things there. Like my intuition was just no good in these positions, in opposite colored bishops. Very difficult to understand them.
Yep. Anish is 2 points down now against Ding Liren, but there are opposite colored bishops on the board.
Yeah, basically he just needs to exchange queens.
Then it's a dead draw.
Then it's a dead draw, yeah. Or he keeps the queens and then it's practically very, very bad. So it's kind of those things where queens are very important to keep. I mean, objectively, he might be all right. Subjectively, it's very difficult to play like this for a very long time. Maybe bishop g1, or he played bishop e3. This looks like a slightly weird move to me, because it allows like queen e5 with queen e6 with some sort of a pin, yeah, on the e file. Queen e6, and now what? Queen f2, trying to go king h2, bishop f4. Maybe he will draw this, yeah, who knows? Queen f2 doesn't look like a bad move to me, and then just bishop f4, king h2 is almost there.
Still feels like with limited time, there is one last trick or threat coming which you could falter. But objectively, it's probably drawing.
It's one of those cases where, you think, you have defended, but you also know you will probably lose. Yeah, it's kind of, it's a very unpleasant feeling.
Yeah.
Bishop f4, and black will, reposition this bishop on a different diagonal. And now the question is, do I have million checks with white? Yeah, and I also don't have million checks, yeah, because he just hides on f7. Queen h5.
You have some checks.
I have some checks, yeah. Do I have checks? Yeah, he's beginning his million check strategy.
It's not a bad strategy.
Yeah. You know, there is an old Chinese torture technique known as like 1,000 cuts. There is also million checks. Just gave one check.
Ah. 1,000 cuts. Sounds unpleasant.
Yeah. Why do I know old Chinese torture methods is a disturbing question.
I'm not surprised at all, you know.
Queen g3 is strange. You would expect queen g5 and queen h5 that he would continue giving checks that work so well for him.
Yeah.
Because now, like bishop coming to d5 we'll still ask some questions.
King e8 first, making sure there's no new check coming. Bishop d5, maybe king h3 worked. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's now bishop g3 back. Yeah, to threaten queen e1 for bishop d5. That is. Yeah, and to create the possibility.
No, white is very solid, yeah. And being able to work with queen exchanges is a big asset in such positions. G5.
G5 is a semi-Zugzwang move. Like he's challenging white to find a move which will retain this queen e1 idea.
King g1. The queen can't move away from the g2 square.
Yeah, that is.
But it could once the bishop moves.
Yeah, he played queen b2, which is of course a bit risky, yeah, because it changes the setup as we knew it.
Ding is trying to bring his king here, yeah.
Ding is trying to bring basically his king into safety, and once the counterplay is over, then something will be decisive, like some bishop d5 will be decisive. So what's your pick on this? You think Anish will lose this?
I think draw. I changed my mind. It looks to me like there's not that much Ding can attack.
I don't know. I think at some point like bishop d5 will come and it will be very difficult to continue making moves with seconds on the clock.
But what's your threat? Checkmate me. I will just sit here.
Yeah, very difficult to be sure, yeah, of this.
Of course, I'm not sure, but...
I just want to go queen e2, queen f2, yeah. But if I make a move here, for instance, then you will move your bishop somewhere, yeah. Okay, maybe it's some sort of like a fortress.
That's what I was wondering, if I can just sit on this. Like...
Yeah, the World Championship teach us there are no such thing as fortresses.
I think that quote he's probably regretted, because now whenever someone has a fortress, they will throw it back at him. No? I thought you said that, I know you don't believe in fortresses.
That is exactly what they say.
In that very voice.
He also, funnily enough, he said it after the game where Karyakin did
build
build the fortress. Yeah,
yeah,
it was a perfect fortress. There was nothing wrong with this fortress.
No, I think his point is generally correct, that often the attacking side, even if it looks like you build a fortress,
King h3 looks like it walks into a mate. Yeah, why did he do this?
Because there are no fortresses.
Queen h1, bishop h2. How does black mate? Yeah, like the computer jumped. This we saw.
Computer says it's mate.
So, but let's like after queen h3, we should be able to work this one out. Yeah, on a good day before breakfast.
I don't see it.
I don't see it yet, but let's have a look. White also doesn't have a threat, right?
Nope.
Which means black can be creative.
Some crazy move like king h5. Your move, sir.
Oh, king h5 threatening queen h1 and oh wow, bravo, yeah.
Could be, no?
Yeah, no, queen f7, yeah, queen f7. We should not allow queen f7.
Not. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, but this is possibly an idea. But what else? Like maybe you know, like maybe a weird move like queen b1 could be like some sort of Zugzwang.
Feels it's not trivial. Oh, it is trivial. Hang on. They played this, I believe, but I saw something. Sorry. I'm losing my mind. Apologies. Back. No. Looks like Ding didn't spot it either. No, whatever it was.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was feeling good about our chances to find it, given another 5 hours or so, but just things happened at a speed I wasn't able to control. Yeah, this one, seems like it's going to be a draw.
Solution, if I'm reading chat correctly, was Queen H1, Bishop H2, and Queen to D1.
Yeah, some quiet move like this, yeah.
Some nasty mates, huh?
Yeah, no, that's a beauty. Yeah. No, King takes H3 did not feel right, but he's probably going to be...
He's going to get away with it.
He's going to get away with it, yeah. Like they say, and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your stupid dog.
Not familiar with the reference.
Scooby-Doo?
That dog I've heard of. I haven't watched it much. Is it good?
I mean, it's okay for 8-year-olds, which means I enjoyed it at 20.
Yeah, my kids are too young yet. Yeah, maybe I'll enter a Scooby-Doo phase later.
I think by the time your kids will be 8, Scooby-Doo will just have such an old feel to it that they might not want to watch it. It just even like graphically just looks different, yeah, from a different era.
But we're watching a lot of like 101 Dalmatians from 1959 and stuff.
Oh, wow. What about
the classics?
Tom and Jerry?
No. Too violent. Aristocats. That's the stuff.
So let's just like Vichy won. What else happened? Like Magnus drew. There is nothing else left. Yeah, this is the...
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi drew. Oh, this is game 1, but Carlsen Svidler drew again. Vichy won up to 0. Ivanchuk won up to 0. That's it.
So Anish is still suffering, yeah, in the last game to be played.
We should, by the way, applaud Ding's spirit after yet another loss by disconnection. That he keeps managing to show up and play decent chess in the next game. No, like it's... Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it. Not that I could ever play like Ding, but with that constant danger hanging over your head of disconnecting and losing the game to keep playing decently, I find very impressive.
Yeah, no, I think at some point I would tell the organizers, like, I'm really sorry, but I just can't do it. Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think now he's finally safe. His king is safe. There is nothing anymore.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah.
Draw agreed.
Yeah, this was a round of titanic defensive efforts by many players. I mean, first Ding was lost, I guess. Svidler was definitely not doing well.
Yeah, a lot of drama. I'm sure Tanya will be happy because Vishy-Anand is so close to match victory, being up to 0. Is that a fair assumption, Tanya?
I can't hide it. It is true, but it's of course very disappointing the way the event has gone, but some joy to the Indian fans that he is on 2-0 leading this match. It looks like it's going to be his day today. Finally, I have, Jan, some really big news for all our viewers joining us right now. We do have an update on the simul that we have been talking about with the legends, and on 31st July is a chance to book your spot in a simul against Magnus Carlsen. The world champion will be taking on all of you, whoever goes or buys or extends into a 2-year membership. So you guarantee your spot. It's not a lucky draw. There is no pick and choose. You simply guarantee and book your spot into that simul on the 31st by the world champion. This is a golden opportunity to play some chess against him. Not only that, on chess24, if you want to learn from Magnus Carlsen, there are also some great video series that are available, and it's the entire library. You have unlimited access to several of the openings that some of these legends have done, including the world champion. Go premium, save 40% off right now. It's a great deal, which not only lets you interact and engage with these legends, but also work on your game. Lots of action happening on chess24 and lots of action happening on Twitter. Let's take a look at what some of you have been saying. Shubhra Gupta, trust Legends of Chess to give you such legendary matches. What a game. Vishy, 64 the king. Shubhra, I think for all of us back in India, this has definitely been a breath of fresh air to finally see Vishy take a big lead in this match. And still not over though. 2 games to go. Boris in a must-win situation, win-on-demand situation. Let's see what happens. But yes, it's not just the result. Today's Vishy's quality of play has been exceptional. Let's go on to the next one. And Carlos coming up with, who do you think is the second strongest female chess player of all time? Second greatest female. I think that's really easy to answer. After Judith Polgar, it has to be Hu Yifan. She is, I think there are a lot of strong women chess players, but Yifan is another, takes it to another level. I think she was the second female player to cross 2600, if I'm not wrong. And she's also become the youngest professor in, I think it's the Shenzhen University. So she went to study in the Oxford University, just keeps on expanding her horizons while playing exceptional chess. She took a break in the middle, but we've seen her back on the board a couple of times, maintaining that class. Definitely, undoubtedly, unarguably, Hu Yifan is the second greatest female chess player of all time, at least for me. All right, let's move on. And the next one is from someone random. And someone random says, do you guys feel that this tourney has ushered in a new format that will survive after COVID is over? Or do you think over-the-board chess will still reign supreme? That's a great question, actually. And I think that what will definitely happen is this interest that's come into the game of chess, non-professional players, chess lovers, just chess hobbyists, people looking for new activities during this entire year have come into our game, who probably never would have taken an interest into it. And I think that will remain. I think the excitement and the thrill and the nature of online chess with the shorter time controls is something that has a wide appeal. It's not just for professionals anymore. And I think that has been the biggest contribution of the game and, well, the effect that this entire time has had on chess. I don't think that it can replace over-the-board chess. I think that it's classical chess it's very hard to imagine a classical time format for online chess. I think that remains exclusive to over-the-board chess, and the quality and the kind of play that you get in that cannot be replaced. Not just that, it's also the social interaction involved when you're playing. The adrenaline is completely different. The vibe of a tournament play is completely different, and that can never be replicated in online chess. So I think online chess is definitely here to stay, but I don't think it can replace over-the-board chess. All right, let's go on to our next one. And this is by Ali the Elephant. And he says, absolutely torn between watching Same's chess stream or chess24. Well, it's easy, watch both, but big shout out to Same Raina. He's a comedian who, in his own words, was a comedian until someone ate a bat. And now he has taken the YouTube world by storm and gotten into chess. He's created a world where everybody in India is now playing chess. Well, it's a lot to do with all the work that he's been doing and what he's been doing for our sport. Big shout out to Same. Ali the Elephant, I completely get your dilemma. I say watch both streams, back and forth, #grow the game. And once again, a big shout out to Sameh and all that he does. Let's go on to the next one. Douglas Griffin, beautiful game by Ivanchuk Kramnik in game 2 with knight d5, a particularly nice touch. Could not agree more. What an absolute fantastic thriller of a game that was. And I think the whole game, just very unusual creative ideas by Vasil, and then wrapping it up with a stunning blow, knight d5, just killing everything and winning that exchange at the end with a beautiful tactic. Douglas, that was indeed a beautiful game. All right, let's take a look at what else is happening. Gerson with Gustafsson. Now that Karyakin is not so active anymore, Svidler sees an opening in the Ministry of Defense. Yes, the famous, once more, a famous Jan Gustafsson quote. I think whatever Jan says is just pure gold. And so Karyakin has earned the moniker Minister of Defense, and rightly so, with the way he was playing and the way he plays and his style, just so resourceful and just saving positions, just solidly sitting on the board, and just one of the most difficult players to beat. He did gain the moniker of the Minister of Defense. And now, as Jan pointed out, well, Peter, with the way he defended both his games against Magnus Carlsen, a feat that's not easy to pull off, slightly worse positions, endings where Magnus is the one playing for a win, few have survived that. Peter Svidler doing it and making it look easy. Absolutely right on that. All right, and the next one we have is Rob. Rob saying, great movie and pop culture chat from GM Jan Gustafsson and Rustam in between moves. When can we expect the top 10 movies list podcast? And I think for that question, I have to throw it to Jan, who I see is going to join us shortly. But yes, from what I do know is that Jan's movie suggestions are something that on Twitter as well have been pretty phenomenal. And he's definitely legit with his, you know what I've been really impressed with these guys is that their predictions of the moves has been just amazing. Whatever they've been analyzing and explaining, a lot of times we see that happening over the board. And I think that's been something, you know, it really makes you understand the kind of level and the understanding that's required to make sense out of this top level play. And it's not easy to do that. As good as his move predictions are, his movie lists are. I'm going to bring this up when Jan joins us. The games are about to kick off soon. Let's quickly take a look at the score situation before we hand it over to the boys. And we've got, it's even Steven with Peter against Jan. Peter's not been in any trouble in this match so far. And I think their clash of style has shown that both can really hold their own against each other. Boris in a must-win situation if he wants the match to go on. Ting Liren up against Anish Giri, down by a point. He had a real chance in the last game, but the first game, the disconnection, there's just so much drama around Ding. I really don't know how he's coming back and playing these games, but he's doing it. It's been a tough event for Ding. Vasil Ivanchuk leads with 2 points. Vlad in a must-win situation to take it to the 4th round. Peter Svidler, Magnus Carlsen, both games Magnus was pushing, but Peter holding on resourcefully. And I do see that we are joined by Jan and Rustam. They are back. The games are about to lift off. So I'm going to hand it over to you guys. And with this question that we had, that Jan, when is the top 10 movies list podcast happening?
We also need some volume there so that we can hear her.
Hello.
All right. Jan, the games are about to lift off, but really quickly, we had a question for you from one of our viewers. Let's bring that up again. And it was, when can we expect the top 10 movies list podcast? Everybody wants to know. Just as much as they wait for your chess series, they're waiting for your movie suggestions.
Oof. We'll get in so much trouble if we keep talking movies while the games are about to begin. So we'll have to find
time for it later. And I will have to think if Anchorman and Anchorman 2 should both be on that list. Boris Gelfand keeps putting his pawn on h4.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's maybe a great idea. It's a bit unfortunate that he has to do it with 0-2 in the match, right? It feels like it really doesn't matter anymore. Like, I don't think there is a force in the world capable of beating Vichy twice or 3 times in a row, as it were, to win this match. So difficult spot there for Boris.
Yeah. Peter Leko versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. What's the score? It's 1-1, right?
It's 1-1, yeah.
Anything can happen.
Yeah,
Leko goes g3.
I have a feeling like all Leko's matches here so far, I don't remember exactly, but I have a feeling they were all very close.
To my mind, it's always 1.5, 1.5, and he's dominating, and then he loses the fourth.
Oh, he doesn't.
I understand that's not exactly what happens, but that's how it felt. This line I'm curious about without going too theory nerdy, but here after knight c3, e6 is a big line, of course, and g3 I thought people no longer do because of this very reply. Nepomniachtchi plays e5, knight b5, bishop b4 check. So if Leko goes here, I'm very curious what he has in mind.
Yeah, I mean, this Leko is another guy who's just opening knowledge you have to admire, right?
Yeah. Bishop d2, a6 was the point. Now after takes, this is complicated, but fine for black. Knight c3, d5 is also fine. So Leko goes knight 1 to c3, I believe. And d5 is supposed to be an equalizer here. But yeah, I'm curious.
How does it work? Like c takes d5?
CD knight d5, bishop g2.
I know, why can't I go cd knight d5, queen takes d5?
Hang on, am I losing my mind?
Well, all right,
this is winning a piece for white.
Yeah, no, I think this is what he's doing. Yeah, d6 and then take and bishop e6.
Yeah, no, of course you're right. Yeah, no, the line I had mine was bishop d2 and then a6, knight c3, d5. Apologies. I sound so convinced. But yeah, this is what happens. And bishop to g2. Giving that pawn?
Yeah, I mean, take and maybe like bishop g5, yeah?
Because here we play, let's say b3, then d5 is indeed
coming.
Yeah. Okay.
He also, he feels a bit slow, yeah? Bishop g2 feels like he's fighting for the initiative. And after bishop takes c4, which is probably the crucial move, right? Like, what else could be crucial? Then white has a choice probably between like bishop g5, fighting for the square d5, or maybe just castles playing for fast development.
Yeah, the one thing we know is Leko will have thought about this and analyzed this, so I'm very curious how this plays out.
Do you sometimes have this feeling that clock ticks differently for different people?
No.
Because I do, yeah, because like some people manage to do so much in 24 hours and some so precious little.
Which camp are you in?
Oh, I think I am in precious little category, that's why I'm asking.
No, I really doubt that. Like if you're with your boy, Fabian Caruana, if you're at a tournament, you get up in the morning, you have breakfast with him, then I assume, I'll make up your schedule. You tell me how far off him. I assume you guys go for a walk.
Yes.
So that's already 2 hours. Then you probably present him some chess theory from, I don't know. So you have breakfast at 9:30, let's say. You're done. I've seen you guys at breakfast. You're not very fast. So you're done 10:30. Then you go for a walk from 10:30. You're back 11:15.
Mm-hmm.
Then you probably regroup at around 11:45. You go through some openings till probably not that long, till 1, let's say. Then you go for dinner, for lunch. If you go for lunch, that part I'm not sure about, at 1:30. Then he goes to play. Then you go to your room. Then you're probably not very productive. You follow the games, you watch some movies on the side. But then after he's done playing at like 7 or 8, you go for dinner till 9, 10. Then he tells you what to check for the next day.
What about the last walk of the day? You still need to walk.
Oh, there's another walk. Yeah, of course. Walk. Then whatever, you're done with all the walking and eating at 10:30, 11 p.m. Then he tells you, okay, tomorrow we're playing Vichy. I need some stuff. So you can't go to sleep. Then you do clicking for 3, 4, 5 hours.
Yeah.
Rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
It's a tough schedule.
That is absolutely uncanny. Yeah, I mean,
Was I close? Like,
it's like you were in the room. Yeah, I mean, especially needs mentioning that my day still dwindles by another 2 hours because we watch a horror movie in the evening. So that
you have a movie. Okay.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
gets even later. Huh?
Man needs to sleep, right? And he doesn't sleep well until he's seen a bad horror movie. But it's got to be bad, yeah. So we kind of watch the worst of the worst.
So you've seen all these movies like Creep, Crawl, Hush.
Like all of the horror movies, I never had the stomach to digest. But with him, I'm kind of happy to say I grew stronger, and things I could not bear to see, I am capable of these days. We've seen, I don't know, all sorts of horror movies, one worse than the other.
Right.
So yeah, like my hours, they dwindle like nothing. But yeah, we should probably see like some things are probably happening in games.
Yeah. Ivanchuk, who also somewhat surprisingly is up to 0 against Kramnik. They play this line, and here Kramnik, okay, he's in a must-win situation, so main lines with knight c6, probably not so attractive. He goes a6.
He's basically asking, like, can we please play some hedgehog after e4, like queen c7?
Or could you give me a pawn with stuff like this?
Yeah.
It gets sharp at least. Ivanchuk is saying, nah, thank you. Kramnik's trying to change the structure by provoking bishop takes f6.
Yeah. Also, you gotta admit, yeah, Ivanchuk, if he plays for a draw, he does it like no other. Like nobody plays for a draw like this. To go bishop g5, to go bishop takes f6. This would be considered normally an opening success for black, trying to unbalance the position. So he's probably just making moves which he considers to be interesting, like always, right?
No, I agree. Might be good chess, but it's not a typical playing safe strategy. Vishy. Okay, against this h4, I guess it's tough to play it safe, but it looks like he's playing fast and confidently.
Yeah, he's probably going to go queen a8 next, and just everything will get exchanged. I have a feeling this a2 pawn will have difficulty surviving the winter.
Let's check in with the world champion. Whoa! Drama. And with colors reversed, because this is a line that Magnus played in the tiebreak against Fabiano, pawn to e4. When recently most of the debates have been bishop c3, dc, and now some random move d6, or playing it slowly in general. But Svidler goes for, no, Magnus, who's black, goes for short castles, knight g e2, b5, which, yeah, I've seen before. The computer mentions this as an option, and it's sort of intriguing that Magnus would do this against his own secret weapon.
Yeah. Now, I read this article published on some Russian chess site about this particular line, about this line g3, bishop b4, e4, because there were like a lot of interesting games. I think in Clutch, they were debating the position after bishop c3. Here, I think bc, and then f3, king f2, some completely like unorthodox plan there. And the whole article suggested this line for black.
It's castles b5, yeah?
Yeah, this suggested castles knight g2, b5, and I also liked the title of the article on that side. The article was entitled is different. Yeah, it was titled English, do you speak it? I thought this was kind of nice.
Korchnoi story, yeah?
English, do you speak it?
For those of you who have not heard that story, was it against Almodiaki, I believe?
Well,
so, no?
I think English, do you speak it, is more of a reference to Pulp Fiction. But...
okay. So it's not the Korchnoi story. Because the story I was thinking of, I believe it's against Almodiaki, Grandmaster, but I'm not 100% sure is that the late Victor Korchnoi, during a game which he had good position, asks his opponent, excuse me, do you speak English? And the guy replies, yes. Korchnoi says, why don't you resign? But yeah, English, do you speak it? Is Pulp Fiction. Sorry. So b5, pawn takes, a6.
Yeah,
it's a Benko style pawn sacrifice, which probably white should not accept. I think this b takes a6 was risky. And just stuff happens to you.
Yeah, that article I read also mentioned b6 as an attempt for white to stay safe.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, I'm a bit surprised by just how of a quality was this random article that I read, because it just anticipated the development of Svidler, Carlsen. And
Maybe they also read it.
yeah, I mean, it's possible. Actually, I think much like Bobby Fischer in 50s and 60s, I think Magnus also like reads a lot he can get his hands on. Like, I think almost for a fact he reads this SOS articles in New in Chess to find some random crap that he can play. And I think once when he played e4 knight c6 against me, this was definitely SOS influenced.
That's for sure. And I think also sometimes there's a newsstand or a chess book stand at chess openings, no? And if there are new chess books, like I think he had this one Olympiad where he played, what was it, the bird, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight d4, and some 3 g6. And I think they were both in a book that was on that stand by maybe Sokolov on sidelines in the rule-up. I'm not sure.
Ivan wrote a book on like sidelines of Rui Lopez.
I think it was him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do agree, and I think it's well publicized that Magnus is incredibly well read on just, you know, chess books and chess in general.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think we all, I guess, cannot resist a chess book when I have it in our hands. But not all of us go to some length to get all the chess books into our hands. Like there are a lot of very, very interesting books out there that I just like never bothered to get. But I guess that like Magnus has seen them all and read them all. Maybe after all, the key to success, maybe it's not that mysterious, not that complicated. Just read the books.
Put in the hours, and also with all the time we spent clicking buttons as seconds trainers, producing video series, whatever. I don't think Magnus has done that much of that, especially earlier, but he just read more and therefore probably has a broader perspective.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's good at chess. As for this position,
looks very solid for black, I would say. Looks like it has potential. And looks like he's asking for rook takes f6. I mean, I would be so tempted to play rook f6, gf, g4, bring my horsey to h5, and, you know, enjoy myself.
Can the black horsey do a counter march?
Yeah, I just don't think it's doing as much on h4.
Not him, just get asked by queen e1 what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think the only reason for black to be able to play this is h5 now. I think if he doesn't play h5, he's positionally garbage. And then knight g3, hg, ag, I don't know what that is, but I would be tempted. And yeah, Svidler unfortunately was not.
Svidler played d4, which I'm a little surprised by, because I typically get these structures from other openings like e4, e5 stuff, but it's often similar, and often you're happy with black to see d4 because it slightly weakens this e4 pawn and can become a target later, like bishop c6, either way has to fix the structure. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not sure I like that decision, like g4 or rook f6 looked more natural to me too.
No, for me, I never forgot the way Nimzovich described the doubled pawns. You probably remember this, like in my system. He said that, well, the doubled pawns and pawns around them, they are like a handicapped man when he's seated. You don't see the weakness until you see them move. So it's like, it is, of course, like currently would be maybe slightly politically incorrect, but back then...
I'm not sure that quote flies in 2020. But
yeah, but back then I understood the point. Yeah, it is basically doubled pawns moving that show you that, you know, there is a weakness, there is some underlying weakness to them. And in general, these pawns, like 90% of the cases, I think they are a weakness. These double pawns in the center, they look strong, but at some point things open up, like they're doing now.
What is he doing?
At some point there'll be a weakness, yeah.
Peter's trying to force the issue, but I don't understand this, because as you just said, you're pronouncing that these pawns are isolated.
Also, like if black plays b4, it's possible that this also has like tactical problems, like b4. Oh, sorry, no, I have tactical problems. Although maybe I can go rook b8 and then queen b6, and, you know, pretend that this was all fun.
Some deep
no, I was gonna go b4, bishop b5. I just didn't see this pawn was hanging.
He must have some point now. Just knight
maybe
g6,
rook a d1. No, maybe rook d1 and then rook takes f6. Yeah, maybe he just. And then bishop e6, yeah. No, I'm actually thinking, yeah. I like my rook f6 idea better.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, it might work out move by move. It just feels so committal positionally. Knight g6 played.
Yeah. Maybe knight d5 is what he wants to do. And even now, yeah, like bishop e6.
Still tempting.
Yeah, knight f6. So, well, knight f6 gf he can include, and he can keep queens now. Like, yeah, like maybe no serious damage has been done yet. Yeah, but still a very unusual thing. Maybe he did play knight d5.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this whole operation by Svidler. All right. I'm being told that Svidler is playing all the engine moves. Okay, could be I'm wrong. It looks very, very committal and surprising to me, especially d4.
No, now it
I'd
looks
also
like
be surprised.
knight d5 is probably a good move. Yeah, Magnus playing bishop e6.
Yeah, knight d5 I'm not arguing
Yeah,
with,
yeah.
but this d4, de5
Yeah,
concept,
no,
I'm
no,
very
I
surprised
don't
by.
like that.
Queen d6 and knight d5, of course, he played once with that. Okay, they've reached this endgame. I guess Svidler will take once. Or maybe not. Maybe he wants to keep the knight and go knight c3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, he wants to keep the knight. Oh, wow. So the idea
maybe
is
it's just
that his knights are good, and the bishop he'll probably solve by going h4, bishop h3. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I did not expect you to be able to consolidate in the center so thoroughly. Yeah. I mean, the man is good. Yeah. He should turn professional.
Maybe I fell for the old Svidler trick. I underestimated him because he's so soft-spoken and self-deprecating. You keep forgetting that his persona does not mean this man is not a fierce competitor.
Yeah, yeah.
Is he frozen or is he just focused? No, there's some movement.
Yeah.
Just focused. All right, Kramnik, Ivanchuk.
Well, Ivanchuk will probably sacrifice material now, yeah? Bring his horse to d6. It's like Nepomniachtchi Anand from yesterday, but like a much improved version, one would argue. Because Nepomniachtchi had to sacrifice like a few pawns and a couple of rooks, to get his knight there. This one is probably going to be better.
If we need a draw, wouldn't you consider a move like queen d4? Or is that too chicken?
Well, I don't know, like take f5. Yeah, I mean, probably. Maybe I can just go d5 now, yeah. d5, take, and try to kind of force the issue.
Oh, wow, you have a... What do you call this, a skewer?
I think it's just a fork, no?
Are there bishop forks?
I don't know. A skewer, a fork, I don't know, but I got your rooks, yeah, this much I know.
Yep. No, that's a nice spot.
Yeah, he played queen d4.
There you go.
He played queen d4 and well.
Apparently it's a fork.
Yeah, I think skewer has like a different composition to it.
Skewer is more stuff on one diagonal.
Yeah, and like king on b7, rook on a8 would be a skewer, or if you had the bishop on a8 and he had like complicated.
Yeah, no, I got it. I just wasn't sure if forks are limited to knights.
I think
bishops can fork too.
I think every piece is capable of a fork.
Wow. Pawn fork.
Pawn forks are the best. He played h3, which is kind of interesting.
Trying to mix it.
Yeah, and Ivanchuk is definitely intending d5. So Kramnik will consider moving this king out of the danger, like king f8, or so would be normal, like king d8, king f8. Move that king. No, I think this game still has potential. Yeah, king d8 is what he played. Of course, you never know. Like, there is no way of knowing 100% where the king will prove safer or better placed, but it's going king d8, fair enough. And Ivanchuk is going to d6.
Chuk has got this.
You think Chuk has got this? Yeah.
Ding Giri.
Looks tactically dangerous for black. Like, I want to go queen g4 and I want to like inflict some damage.
I might not know what a fork is, but I know these are hanging pawns. Although they're not technically hanging here. But they struggle to protect each other, no? Or one can cover the other, but then...
Do you know anything about
I
the
won't go there.
Hanging Gardens of Babylon?
Yes.
What do you know about Hanging Gardens of Babylon?
I lied. I know very little about the Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
No, I also know absolutely nothing. It's just I was very surprised to discover that Hanging Gardens of Babylon, they probably never existed. They're like supposed to be a world wonder and everything, but turns out we only know them from some piece of poetry. I thought this was like the most majestic creation, like in the history of fake news, no? You create something and it survives like millennia without ever having been there in the first place.
No one ever bothered to go and check if they're there?
No, I mean, they're like supposed to be a world wonder which does not exist anymore. But most of them don't, yeah? Like I forget. It's world wonders.
I remember I went to... Is it called Rhodos in English? Probably not.
Yeah,
Greek
Rhodos.
island.
Rhodos, yeah,
I
Rhodos,
was
yeah.
looking for the Colossus and he wasn't around either.
Well, I'm also a bit surprised, yeah. Of course, like for Colossus, there is some serious evidence, but I'm a bit surprised that like absolutely nothing is left of the Colossus, like not a single piece of a stone, of a brick or anything, like this is supposed to be a pretty big piece, no? I usually would say, at least there is this place where Colossus stood, but even this seems like a bit disputed. So I'm like, I have my doubts.
Right. We've covered the conspiracy theory portion of today's show. In the chess portion, Ding Liren is down 1.5 versus Anish Giri. Needs to win this, and I think he might have some chances, no? Hanging pawns, they can hang.
Yeah, no, I think he's better. I also think this is not a pleasant position to play. But of course, there is always a disconnect danger.
Yep.
I still think my alliteration from day one, Ding disconnects in disgust, has not gotten the appreciation it deserves.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
You were sitting right here.
Yeah, but... but you didn't use it today, right? So
No, it's like the first
Yeah,
day
no,
or
that I
so.
recall. I thought you smuggled it into the show today. All right, Giri under some pressure. Svidler apparently under no pressure because he set up this beautiful construction.
Yeah. And also now, once the bishop problem has been solved, his knights are good. Yeah, he's definitely not worse here. The question is he better? Probably also not too much, no?
Hard to believe. This knight is a little silly. Bishop g4 stops h5. I guess black is fine.
Yeah. I mean, an endgame like this makes me think like of, when you have Nadal under pressure in Paris, like, he has to dig very deep to like return your ball, but it feels like the long-term pressure is still on you because he will still beat you, right? I would feel the same like about Magnus, like playing this endgame against him. I would feel the long-term pressure is on me because I might be a little better now, but I'll be a little worse soon after, yeah? And I will have to defend it, right?
Yeah, it's also one of these Magnus skills that was also attributed, I think, to Karpov, but in general, many great champions that he can switch from being slightly worse to playing for a win very, very quickly.
Yeah, it'll give him a chance. He'll take it. Yeah, he will take it. And he will also not be surprised. He expects things to go his way.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like a champion's privilege, so to speak. Yeah, you know that things will often go your way.
Must be nice. He's played h5, fixing this stuff. But for now, Peter Svidler still very much hanging in there, and that match scores 1-1.
I mean, score is 1-1. He's
slightly
not
better, if anything.
He's not worse. Yeah. H5 also, yeah, not a move I would make in a rush, because it feels like, you know, if tide turns and this bishop moves from g4, the h5 pawn will be very difficult to protect. So basically, he's now determined to hang around g4 forever. He can never move this bishop, and he wants to stay there forever. Now, what Magnus needs are some exchanges. Like if things will disappear from the board, if knights will disappear, for instance, rooks will disappear, all exchanges will work in his favor.
And again, this construction is very hard to shake without improving the white pawn structure, at least. No? F1. We can't take here, can we?
Well, even if he takes on b5, yeah, that's probably a good exchange for white. Gives him a dangerous passed pawn.
Yeah.
And now after bishop f1, black probably needs to stay solid, stay patient, like play rook a b8 or so. Although rook a b8, knight b4 might be tactical dangers also.
Yeah, Peter Svidler playing well.
Yeah, I mean, what's new, right?
Ivanchuk also playing well. Only needs a draw.
Ivanchuk needs a draw. So he does threaten b6, which forces cb, right? And now he wants to go rook a1, right? He must.
It's better, no?
Wants to go rook to a7. He also, after rook a7, he'll threaten that bishop on h6.
Oh,
no, it was knight f7, which means that black will have to do something about it.
Typical knight skewer.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, yeah.
All right, so I'm assuming Ivanchuk will manage. We have not talked much about Leko Nepomniachtchi, where looks like it's another draw in the making.
Yeah. It's actually interesting. Like, this match is not going how I would think it would normally go, yeah, because so far it has been like a massive theoretical discussion. And with, Nepomniachtchi's games, you usually don't expect this. You think that, some things will happen, but this match has been very, very theoretical so far.
Yeah. Maybe it's also the Leko effect, no? He just makes you play main lines and show what you got.
Yeah, no, this is to some extent the gift also, of course, yeah. Yeah, this game is a draw. Gelfand-Anand looks like... What does it look like?
I'm still counting pieces. White is an exchange down, right?
No, at the moment he's rook down.
Otherwise, I understand, but if we took, would be an exchange.
That would be an exchange,
E4, there's knight d4. White is not better, no?
But white, I mean, black can even play maybe bishop d8 and try to pick up this pawn on a5. I mean, there is no way white can play this for a win. He played knight e7 to, I guess, keep chances. And now
I'm trying to calculate knight c2 or something.
I mean, maybe e4 is correct, like on principle, to protect the knight on a1 with tempo and attack at the same time. And like white, I don't know how does he do this? He probably takes like rook. Knight g5, I will go knight somewhere, knight f8, but still a bit murky, a bit requiring precision, tactical vision, all of those things which Vishy-Anand has in abundance.
Yeah. Here you emerge with an extra piece.
Yeah, I mean, with a piece that will not be probably possible or easy to convert, but he doesn't even need this, yeah? This is a big bonus in this position. He does not need to convert anything anymore, just needs a draw.
Looks attainable here.
Yeah, now this one looks basically done.
Oh, he just played knight f8.
Because he will always be able to play e4 later, yeah?
Saying, if you take, be my guest.
He flipped it, yeah?
Flipped it.
That was a beautiful scene in The Usual Suspects, yeah? Like he was showing him he's going to flip you, yeah? He's going to flip you for real. Anish is doing a very good job at keeping keeping control to this damage. Like, yeah, king h7, rook on e4. Like, he put all his pieces on light squares, which makes them much less vulnerable to the white's bishop. So very good job so far. f5 is
Committal.
committal, yeah. Also, I thought this was quite funny, you know, according, who told me? It was like Malanuk's favorite joke. Malanuk, who was playing Dutch his entire life, he would like to say that in the Dutch, the f pawn belongs to f7. Yeah.
No, honestly, like, I'm well known as a big hater of, especially the Leningrad Dutch, but all the Dutches. Very often you play some game and it feels unclear and complicated, but then later around move 30, the black king is just so much weaker on move g8, no, because his pawn is not covering him. So I just don't trust it.
No, I remember once after like a very painful experience, which I had at some World Cup, Mickey summarized my entire experience into one sentence. He was like, you shouldn't have moved your f-pawn. Sometimes it is just as simple as that, yeah? I mean, it just small movements, they change the course of a game, of history, something like that.
There you go. So much love for Ben Feingold on today's show. I think he's Mr. Never Move Your f-pawn, no?
Unless you're playing King's Gambit. We are kind of pro King's Gambit during this tournament.
No.
Oh, yes, we are. Didn't we see like 2 beautiful wins for white with King's Gambit in this tournament? Ivanchuk Leko.
I forgot.
And Nepomniachtchi Anand.
I have no recollection of either of them.
I think that's it. Yeah, the defense rests.
Anish now has created a passed pawn. I can't even judge if he's better or worse. Like, I can see the engine bar somewhere in the middle, but I wouldn't be sure. If you ask me which color do you want here,
I think most top players would still prefer white.
Bishop.
Bishop also, like bishop a3, some weaknesses, also long-term king weakness. They would say, you know, white's king is safer.
Could still see good things happening.
I would maybe like start by going bishop a3, just because it seems to bring some sort of lack of harmony into black's position. You suddenly have to defend this stupid pawn on c5. Yes, attack it a couple of times and then maybe switch the rooks to the e file. And... Yeah, Vichy is just consolidating. Although, how is he dropped, like he played bishop a5, and yeah, now he goes king e8, threatening knight b4, knight takes f2. He's just basically trying to force a draw, which is all he needs.
He's got it all figured out, yeah? If the f-pawn moves, knight b4 wins.
Yeah.
And if not...
Yeah, the only way like to play for tricks would be like king c6, king b7, but king c6 also runs into knight b4 check, yeah, so it doesn't help. Oh... Like, I found the trick, I explained it, and yet I said,
even gave away the punchline.
Oh, I am the worst, yeah. Yeah, he played king c6. Maybe this was not the most efficient way to make a draw.
Probably wish he figured that he can hold this.
Yeah, take, and then king c1, king d3. Knight c1, knight d3, sorry. And... No, this is
it's still a draw, but it's not what he had in mind, I'm guessing, no?
I don't know. It's also possible he saw this position and he saw that the f-pawn would have to move, and he knew that there is no way he's going to ever lose this with knight c4, yeah. Or knight d6, yeah.
I could go to d6 even.
Yeah, with a guy like Vichy, is that he's so fast that you never know what he saw and what he didn't see. It's like if you're basing it on the fact that, you know, he was staring into the ceiling for 5 seconds before playing, it doesn't mean he didn't see it, yeah? Usually means he did.
Probably means he saw it, yeah?
Yeah. Like, how did Kramnik create 2 passed pawns from nothing? Like, last we checked, there wasn't much going on for black, and suddenly he has 2 passed pawns. Ivanchuk
took that f6 pawn.
Took the pawn and retreated all his forces.
He still got a game.
Yeah, I mean, he might still have it under control, but black got maybe more than he deserved.
Yeah. Then again, he sees so much, maybe he just saw that's all he needs to make a draw, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, usually at some point in the game, this thought kind of creeps into your mind. I need to make a draw, that's all I need, yeah? Like even Magnus admitted to as much, yeah? One of the days he was on the show, he said, basically, I was playing for a draw, that's why I calculated this line was a draw, yeah? I get these people are professional.
Wish he got the pawn back. Yeah, this is not particularly threatening.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody could play this for a win, it would be black, but that's not what he needs, and it's a draw agreed. And Anand wins the match.
First match.
Yeah. It's kind of weird saying this on the day 7, yeah, but yeah, it is his first win in this tournament.
Yeah, took a while, but well-deserved victory for the legend among legends, Anand.
Yeah, and somewhat unfortunate collapse for Boris, yeah, just like 24 hours ago, he was winning his match against Kramnik. He lost that match, he lost the next match after that. It's not really going his way at the moment.
Yeah.
So what is, like Sasha, before he left us, he told us, yeah, Ivanchuk Kramnik, yeah, that will be the crucial match.
In the standings, Sasha, our standings expert, said it's between Kramnik, Giri.
Yeah. So Giri-Ding is also kind of a thing, yeah. And Svidler, right?
Svidler.
Yeah. I mean, Svidler Carlsen, we haven't seen for a long time. What happened there?
Exchanged a bunch of stuff and will now make a draw.
Yeah, I mean, knight comes to g5, slightly unpleasant for white. You will regroup. Not so easy to go to king e2 because then king g5.
Then I go back.
Yeah, but then you are like borderline 6-1. Maybe not too much, no?
It's not really, no?
Yeah, not really, yeah. Not really.
Yeah, looks like we'll have 1.5 there.
But still like
drama continues.
Tiny little bit unpleasant for white, yeah, given that he only has like 1 minute left.
Yeah, so let's see worse.
No, like king g2, knight g5, knight d6 means that he's now trying to protect his stuff with tricks. Because his king can no longer protect the e4 pawn.
He likes concrete solutions, no? g4.
Ah, g4, yeah, g4, h4, knight f5. Yeah.
h3, king g3.
This was what he played for, oh my god, yeah.
Too much talent.
Maybe he's a trickster. Maybe...
Would you say he's a swindler?
Definitely. Maybe he had to go king h7. I think Magnus just did not expect so much cunning, you know, from his opponent. He had to go king h7, so that now after g4, he can play h4 with all impunity. Yeah. So that to get out of the check, he'll kick himself for that. Knight g7, king g7, g4 is...
Here, what do you do?
Well, I go king g8 and I bring my king around, yeah. No, you will still draw, don't get me wrong, but it would pose more problems.
No work.
Yeah, king g7, g4 is like a bit like slightly naive. And this is heading to a draw with a 4 check next. And yeah.
Yeah, 1.5. Ivanchuk Kramnik. Is this headed to a draw or is
he somehow lost winning? His f2 pawn and there is nothing good about white's position anymore. Like none of this is good.
Rook g2, Kramnik's winning.
Yeah,
king g2, h1.
Kramnik wins this one and 2-1. And this match could still become interesting.
Yeah.
Like 2-0 looks like an absolutely dominating lead, but 2-1 with a black game to go is like an open match, right? Almost. So this is, yeah, going to get very interesting.
Wow. Happened a bit to Ivanchuk, no? He's just playing fantastic chess through this event. Sometimes he struggles on the finish line, no? I'm thinking of the match against Magnus, the match against Svidler to some extent, like, yeah, he's been impressive.
Just the finish line is always so difficult, right? The finish line is the line.
No, it is for everyone, of course, here. This felt, I don't know, felt unnecessary. Not that I have good moves to offer, but it looked like he was so much in control.
Yeah, I have a feeling that around here he had to fight for initiative, like maybe like rook a7 and d5, something, yeah, but not like abandoning everything for this pawn on f6 and bringing all your pieces back. There's just somewhere he relinquished the initiative for good, and yeah, initiative in chess is an advantage and worth fighting for.
Absolutely. So let's see what else we have going on.
Dangerous passed pawn. That is passed, it is dangerous.
Anish got it going on.
Yeah. No, but like these pawns are so tough to fight against with little time because they have this like way of like just trickling through.
Anish is up 1.5 versus Ding, who had another disconnect mishap in game number 1. And if you were to win this game, the match would end right here, right now. Do you see you win though?
I am trying. I'm trying real hard. No, I mean, there are some like promising lines, for instance, rook that to g2. There is only one rook that can go to g2, yeah? And rook takes on g2, knight takes, rook takes d3, and now I thought maybe knight f4. So I attack the rook, and I'll probably be able to pick up on a2 and have like some attacking potential later. He plays rook c6. That occurred to me, but I wasn't sure about like bishop takes a7. I wasn't sure why am I giving this pawn. He probably saw. Did he see d2? Or what? No, d2 is rook d2. Yeah, very confusing. What did he see here?
Just rook c2.
At rook c2, king, let's say g1.
d2.
Are you also confused?
I'm usually confused.
Yeah, now like this threatens rook c1, right?
Yeah,
and
looks scary.
Yeah, if I take, then you'll take and jump with the horse to c3. So maybe I have to go like bishop e3 in an attempt to bail out.
Here.
Well, I just don't see what else to do. And then rook e3 take the pawn, but probably not great for me. Do you see what else I can do?
I do not have the slightest clue.
Maybe after rook c2, I have other moves. Life?
Chess is very hard. And I am hearing that we are being joined soon on this show by the legend of legends, Vishy-Anand, who has already won his match against Boris Gelfand today. So we will hand over to Tanya to ask Vishy all the tough questions. Vishy, congratulations on winning.
Yeah, thank you.
Anand, a big congratulations from all of us and all your fans on Twitter and everywhere watching us. My first question is, what were your first feelings? Happiness, relief at this match today?
Yes, I mean, obviously it's not been quite so disastrous the last 3 days as the first 3. But I mean, definitely it's nice to pull in a win. And I was probably in trouble in both my black games, but I mean, in the end, I managed to survive.
In first game, and you said that you feel that you were in trouble. This knight a4 sacrifice for the pawns looked very interesting. Was it part of the plan or a necessity at that moment?
No, it's a thing because I mean, I'm forced to, after e4, having just played e6, I'm forced to play a5 because I mean, I simply don't see any other way, but I have to fix that bishop and hope that these, the only thing I saw was this, I mean, what he did after knight b5, I had to come up with this knight h5 and back. Bishop e3, bishop d7, and then yeah, I go back to f6, and now I think I have enough play because that knight takes a4 will work in many lines, and well, it did. He went d5, and I thought maybe he shouldn't have played bishop e4. He should have tried to make me take on c3. I mean, sorry, on g3. But I don't really know what's going on here. Maybe rook b1 is good. No, but then knight d6. Or perhaps I'm okay here. I just don't know. I mean, I didn't want to check that because I wanted to get ready for the white game.
During the game, you were just evaluating this position as complex, or you felt that what was your evaluation
here?
Here?
After b5, I'm very happy. In fact,
Right.
I was already trying to be better with. So first of all, I don't know if I need to go rook b8, but yeah, I mean rook d8 because rook b8 d6 is annoying. So I went rook d8 instead. And that's correct. He went bishop f4. And at first I thought rook takes f4 and bishop c5. But first he has knight takes c4 and rook c1. But second he has rook b1, which is not what I want. So after bishop f4, I had to play bishop d6. I mean, I don't know if something very sophisticated like rook e7 and rook b7 works. But I mean, given that I thought I was in trouble earlier, I'm already very happy to be in this situation. I thought he could repeat after rook d7. If he goes back to b6, I'm not sure that I'm really going to do anything other than this. I thought
Right.
he should have repeated because clearly my pawns are quite strong already. I mean, I will lose one of them, but two of them will get far enough that even when I'm a rook down, there are lines where I'm making a draw because the pawns get thing and he will have to sacrifice. So let's say rook on c6, rook on c1 against a pawn on b3 and pawn on c2, he'll have to take on c2. But it's not like I was making calculations here. I mean, it's. But here I felt that because I have a rook on the d file, I went king h7 first because I thought I should make his other rook make a move. And after rook a1, yeah, I think I'm very happy here. Maybe I can even start with c2. But what did I do? Did I go a4? Ah, that's very good. And then, yeah, and now just rook takes d7 is over. Yeah. I was surprised because it looks like I shouldn't be better, but somehow the king and the rook are in the wrong place, and that's enough. Rook e1, d3, and I go rook d2 and b2, and I get a pass pawn.
Yes, this was a really beautiful last position, Anand. But even after you sacrifice the piece for those pawns, the engine bar, which is not, it's not the strongest one, but it did say white was fine. But it's also a very difficult position to play with white, with the time and everything. It's just easier.
Yes, you're right. In this tournament, I think we see clearly that there are positions, and then there is this what feels comfortable. So objectively, white may, and even I had positions which objectively are good, but it's so easy to lose control in this format that clearly I'm spoiled for choice because I can play a4, b4, c3, you know. And whereas for white, it's very difficult to calculate everything, and his time was running down. So I think at the very least, I'm going to make a draw comfortably, and then, but he's the one who has to be careful already.
Anand, that's a very interesting point about there being two aspects to this format, the position on the board and the format itself, the time situation. And so far in this...
Trust me, I've been exploring that topic. Yeah, but...
Yes, and so far in this tournament, it does look like the clock has been the bigger factor than the actual position and the quality of play.
Well, yes, I think that was the idea of the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, this tournament is not a business tournament. It's not about quality. So.
Right. Well, fair enough. Anand, moving on to the second game, it looked like it was even throughout, and then this inaccuracy with knight c8 at the end, and immediately the moment where you jumped with your knight to f5. Did you feel that that was the moment when things went wrong for black?
Yes,
or
I mean, knight c8 is a bad move, but it's not trivial for him anyway here, because after rook e1, so if he doesn't play knight c8, first of all, I'm threatening rook a2 and collecting that pawn. Second, I'm threatening knight g3 to e4, and then either knight f6, knight e8 check, or knight e8 check, and then the other knight. So that king could end up in some sort of mating attack, and again, it may be possible to defend, but not in this format.
One of those, the same example of just easier to play with white again. And I think that's
I mean, white has got the pawn on h5. He's got two c pawns, and maybe there's a rook b2, b7, or rook a2, a7. And my other knight, in fact, there's a nice tactic I can play here. If it was my move, I could play knight e8 check, king g8, let's say, and then the other knight to e4. Yeah, so knight e8 check, and the other knight to e4, and things open up, possibilities open up. So it's definitely not going to be a comfortable draw for black.
Right, Anand. And then you didn't give any chance after knight f5. Was there anywhere that he had an opportunity, or do you think it was pretty much?
I mean, I thought knight c8 and then knight g5 and game over.
Right.
I mean, that was my feeling during the game. I could be wrong, but I felt that this is not defensible.
Yeah, I think this was just, it was over really quickly and flawlessly played as well after this mistake. Now, game 3, and I just want to talk briefly about that. Up 2 points. What is the general feeling? It's very difficult for players to come back being 2-0. So were you feeling confident about the match already, or what was the feeling going into game 3?
Well, 2-0 is 2 point lead is better than a 1 point lead, as I found out against Leko. But even 2 point leads can disappear. I mean, it's not like well, let's put it this way. In order to come back from a 2 point lead, you'll have to make it a 1 point lead, which means I have double the chance to survive. But you still have to hold one game, and it's only after you hold one game that you get through. So, I mean, if I had lost with black and then I'm playing with white, then I get into this awkward situation. How do I want to play very solidly? Do I want to? And things can go wrong, like with Nepom Nishiri yesterday. So, yeah. But I felt that he was better here as well. But then he played 22 knight d2, and I thought that was the mistake. Though, if you pressed me to say what exactly you should have done instead, I don't know. But knight d2 was a mistake exactly because I get this bishop f6 and e5 and knight b3 and knight a1, and I get the e4 trick.
Right, this was a nice trick.
And that's the key to the whole thing.
Yes. Right, and so it was always, even though you were a pawn less here, you always had the initiative, and
I have compensation, and but white is better. I have no doubt that if
Anand, it's also interesting.
With an engine, white will be better. That's clear.
Yes, but we've spoken about this, engine evaluation, especially in this format, mean absolutely nothing. And very interesting what you said about having a 2 point lead, but it's easy to lose out on it also, because which is what we saw in the Vassal Kramnik game. Ivanchuk leading by 2 points, but Kramnik came back and now it's 2-1, and it reduces really quickly, and then the pressure, it's not so easy. So it's really not over till it's over in this match format.
Yes, I mean, in any match format, a lead getting reduced puts a lot of pressure on you, and you feel it also. You feel that you lose some confidence, and then the lead is narrower and it's tougher.
And it's been Despite very high level of play from you, and the games actually have been, the quality has been high, but it's been a very tough event as far as the score is concerned. What's personally for you been the biggest challenge? I mean, I get the format, but is it the Armageddon which has been difficult? What is the biggest challenge in this format for you?
Well, I would say I simply forgot about Armageddon because I've forgotten what it's like without an increment. So when you have an increment, even if it's 2 seconds, you can bash moves when you think. But here, like we saw yesterday, both the black players, there's nothing they could do because essentially the Armageddon is flipped. So normally this tournament is let's say it's a chess game where the clock can intervene. But the Armageddon is the opposite. It's a clock banging session where the board can intervene. I mean, if mate or something happens, then it overrules the clock, but it's flipped. And it doesn't, I mean, I don't care about the Armageddon. I mean, I'm not going to press myself with it, but it's a pity I didn't play the main tournament better.
Right, that's quite nicely put. And just, I know I don't want to keep you for too longer, but just besides how the chess has gone, what's been the experience playing in this event, in this online event, with players that you've had over the board, long history with? Just your experience, are you enjoying it despite the score, or is the score overshadowing that?
No, I mean, it's not even, well, of course the score overshadows everything. So, but we're not in the same room. I mean, I'm getting fed up with the Zoom world, to be honest. I mean, no, I really hope we can see each other's faces again, because it feels surreal. I'm sitting here alone, and I'm sitting home. My son wanders in once in a while, and it just doesn't feel real. On top of that, for me personally, 7:30 is a very unpleasant time because normally we don't have a game that starts that late.
I couldn't agree with you more about missing the environment and the feel of playing over the board chess. So safe to assume that you're looking forward to the return of over the board chess?
I'm looking forward to the return of over the board life. It's not only the chess. I mean, this, like I said, I've had more Zoom than I ever want to remember.
Fair enough, Anand. Thank you so much for joining us. And before we let you go, you're playing Ding tomorrow. Just your thoughts about the game tomorrow?
Nothing yet.
All right, fair.
Finished today and I have the whole day tomorrow.
All right, we wish you all the best and we look forward to seeing you in action tomorrow, Anand. Thank you for joining us. And that was Vishy Anand with wrapping up the match in 3 games and in style. 3-0 win against his against his challenger from the 2012 World Championship match, Boris Gelfand. The next game is about to begin in a bit. Before that, let's just bring up a couple of tweets that we had, and then we'll go into a short commercial before we resume play. Kevin saying, "Hi Tanya, my second greatest woman player is split between Nona Gaprindashvili and Susan Polgar, both legends." Absolutely right, Kevin, both legends. This is in conversation with what we were talking about, the second strongest female player after Judith Polgar. I think as far as legends are concerned, definitely there's also Maya Chiburadanidzhe. Just so many players. Vera Menchik, I think, also was mentioned on Twitter. So many women, female players from the past who have really made a huge difference in the chess world, huge performances, been the best in the game, and lots of legends in the chess world. But I think as far as pure playing strength and chess strength is concerned, I do think that Hu Yifan, she won 4 World Championships. I could be wrong, 3 of, I think, 4 Women World Championships. And also, I think her whole approach about fighting for the Women World Championship cycle and standing up for what she believed in was something that brought about a lot of change in the World Championship cycle itself, which is very, very cool. There are, of course, many female legend players. And also, I think I was corrected that Hu Yifan was not the second female to beat 2600 ever. It was in fact Konero Humpy who crossed the 2600 level barrier before Hu Yifan. So both very strong, very talented female players who have encouraged an entire generation of girls to take up the sport, and they continue to do so. On that note, I'm going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back for the final round of the day. See you guys in a bit.
Try to read upside down, for example, in a newspaper or an email. This challenges your brain to increase its elasticity, that is, the ability to learn.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content, playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
I believe in curiosity and never stop challenging myself. Technology has come a long way. Still, nothing beats the capabilities of the human brain.
At Merck, we believe that curiosity is the driving force behind progress and development. Merck is a vibrant science and technology company working to develop medicines and intelligent solutions for patients, as patients are always at the center of everything that we do. We know that soon 1 out of 3 people across the globe may be affected by brain-related diseases. Luckily, we also know that training your brain can contribute to preserving and enhancing cognitive functions. Together with the chess world champion Magnus Carlsen, we want to inspire people to actively train their brain.
Always be curious. Challenge your brain.
Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off-trail to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress.
My name is Sebastian Mihailov, and I bring to you, along with the world champion Magnus Carlsen, the wonderful app Tactics Frenzy. Solve millions of unique, high-quality, and entertaining chess puzzles that have all been quality checked by strong grandmasters like Jon Ludvig Hammer and Jan Gustafsson. Become a member today and compete for monthly prizes sponsored by Chessable, chess24, Magnus Trainer, and of course, King himself, Magnus Carlsen. We have made sure that no matter how good you are at chess, you can enjoy this app and get the challenge of your life. Alireza Veruja, Alexander Grischuk, Sergei Karyakin, among a lot of elite players. They all love the app, and I can assure you, you will as well. Download the app today and become a chess champion.
Welcome back. We are about to kick off the final round of day 7 of the Legends of Chess. Let's take a look at the current score situation. Peter Lecco, Jan Nepo, it's even there, so probably can go into an Armageddon. This has been a pretty solid match so far. Vishy Anand sealing the deal in 3 games, 2.5 half. Not just a great day in terms of the win, but also Boris had no chance in that match at all. Positions were even sometimes, but Vishy making use of every small mistake that he made. Tinglerin, Anish Giri. Ting goes down, Anish wins 2.5 half, and this tournament continues to be Dinglerin's biggest nightmare. We've seen him get disconnected. We've seen the problems that he's been having. The chess has been off. I think it definitely has a lot to do with everything that's going on around him. There's no other explanation for the world number 3 to be playing the way he's played so far. Vasyl Ivanchuk, Vladimir Kramnik. Vasyl was up by 2 points. Vladimir winning on demand, making it a possibility to play a round 4. If this goes into an Armageddon, I feel that's going to be a big blow to Vasyl. And also because from a 2-0 lead to go into an Armageddon psychologically, it's extremely difficult to shift the mindset. Peter Svidler hanging on with Magnus Carlsen. It is incredible. The first 2 games, Peter looked like it was suffering for him, but resourceful play from his side kept him there. The third game looked a lot more comfortable for Peter, and Magnus not having it easy. Big news for everybody. We have got a simul coming up with our legends. One of them being the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, and you can book your spot, confirm your spot for a simul against Magnus. You need to buy or extend your membership to a 2-year plan, but you need to do that before July 31st for a guaranteed spot of a simul against the world champion. It's quite an opportunity, along with all the banter blitz, all the Q&As, and everything that's going on around the event. A great way to engage, interact with the best in the world. I also see that we do have with us Jan and Rustam. They are back. So we had an interview with Anand, and it was clear it's been a tough event for him so far. And of course, having this win is a big relief. But he did mention that in this event, the clock and the format is as important, if not more, as the quality of play. Jan and Rustam, what's your opinion on this? What's your take on this? Do you think we are often missing out on the quality of play because of the demanding time format?
I don't know. I'm mainly sad that Vishy seems to be having a tough time, not just results-wise, but yeah, it's clear he's not been enjoying himself that much. So yeah, I hope that winning the game today, the match today, cheers him up a little bit. Other than that, I don't know. I think there's different disciplines in chess now in this 15 plus 10 4-game matches that they've played throughout this tour. I believe that it still favors the better chess players. It's just also how much practice you have in this format. No, we've seen Anish struggling very badly the first time he played, and by now he's gotten pretty good at it. And Vishy, he hasn't been a regular on this tour yet as the other legends, so I can imagine for them it's especially hard to get into it. Other than that, yeah, of course it's not classical chess, but I do think this format has a right to exist, and as a commentator I quite enjoy watching it.
Yeah, I also think there is quality and quality, right? Like I think we agreed yesterday, this Armageddon games, we had 3 Armageddons yesterday, and everybody seemed to think that they were of exceptional quality. I mean, 4 Armageddon games, they were actually extremely well played games. So on the whole, but also like Vishy's interview had also chess part to it. Like when he spoke about his games against Gelfand, I do enjoy his chess so much, like how much he sees, how clearly he sees chess patterns. That's amazing.
Yeah,
We do have Liftoff, right?
We have games, but not that many actually, because Anish Giri has already won his match, and Vishy-Anand has already won his match. So we only have 3 games in this 4th round of the day. Vladimir Kramnik against Vasil Ivanchuk. Kramnik only being down 2-1. Carlsen Svidler, tough match, 1.5, 1.5. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, Peter Leko. As almost all Peter's matches, tough match, tied at 1.5.
Yeah, and so much Italian, right? Also in this tournament. Like, I don't think we've seen a single Berlin ending, but I think we've seen like what feels like, I don't know, 700 Italians by now.
It's more than chess, no? Everyone's tired of the Berlin.
Yeah.
I'm a bit shocked. We should be used to it by now, and I don't know, since 2016, I still thought, okay, they'll figure out some precise move orders and we'll be done with this Italian, because Black will know how to equalize everywhere. But it hasn't happened. No, it's always a debate. Every game, it's a new debate.
Yeah, no, I actually think that just by looking at this position, for instance, there's just so many pieces are still there. Like
all
the
of
position,
them,
yeah, all of them, yes. You could even argue that, yeah. And the position remains complex for so long. So yeah, maybe we shouldn't surprise us that there is so much life to these positions.
Yeah, it's just changed. In particular, this line, this is what they played before the Italian boom. We just thought, okay, we're precise, go rook e8, bishop e6, d5, exchange a bunch of pieces, shake hands. Even here they found ideas, but I'm still intrigued that Kramnik goes for the old line, quote unquote, bishop b3, not the modern a4 setups trying to grab space here.
Yeah, I was never so sure about this a4 thing. Just much like the Dutch f pawn, I think the pawn belongs on a2.
You're not a fan of grabbing space, huh?
They don't go back, you see.
Forward though.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this is the old classical line where, yeah. Now there's a debate if White can try to do without h3. There's some move order questions connected to that.
Yeah.
And yeah, one could write books about many a situation here. Like I've had games like this, and I think so as Kramnik takes d4. And the question is if Black equalizes by force with d5 or not. Yeah,
that's the thing. Once I brought my knight to g3, but then I didn't play d4 because I started, getting afraid that d5 might be immediate draw. And I got confused. Yeah, you have to know your lines here. Also, bishop c2 is always a possibility, right? To try to play with a bishop on c2.
That's typically
a wholly different game, yeah.
Yeah, but here sooner or later White will probably play h3 and doesn't change that much. But yeah, many options. Kramnik is also weighing his chances now if he should go for an Ivanchuk memory test, because I'm pretty sure Kramnik knows that this Black holds.
Yeah, it's also so minimal, right? Like if you play this, it doesn't work out, you must win. He plays bishop a4, this is interesting.
Provokes b5. My thinking would be that b5 is useful for Black, so I'm slightly surprised.
Like a lot of the times I play this line with White, people against me, they play b5 voluntarily, sometimes.
Yeah.
So I wonder, but but b5 also creates this this balance, right? I mean, the structure is no longer symmetrical. Maybe that's what he's looking for at any cost. He's looking for some disbalance in the position.
He probably has a concrete point as well. Yeah, he goes bishop c2, d5, e d5, which is a known theory line. I had once studied this, where a lot of stuff to be debated how you should take and so on and so forth. But there's a lot of theory here. And he probably thinks that including this b5 changes certain factors somewhere.
Well, definitely changes something, and difficult to be sure what exactly it changes, right? And Ivanchuk has to make this decision now. And I doubt that he will take knight d5. Yeah, I think he would be more inclined to take bishop d5 and make sure that nothing at least goes wrong in the opening.
And then there's all these weird lines. Who knows? Let's have a look at Magnus Svidler, where Magnus, in the hour of need, he's turning to the London system.
I miss London.
The system or the city?
No, the city. Like every year, would go to London in December.
In December, yeah.
In December, and
best time to go.
Yeah, and it was like a good part of my chess calendar. But then, like in 2019, I mean, you know what happened? Like Fabi just didn't qualify for the finals of the Grand Chess Tour, and I thought, like, what the hell? Now, how is this my problem, right?
You went anywhere just to hang out?
I didn't go. I just ended up not going. And then this year we have like Corona and everything. So I feel like no London for me this year either.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
You made it to Hamburg.
I made it to Hamburg. Yeah. This is
This is your London now.
Yeah. No, I like Hamburg too. Yeah. Hamburg is nice.
It's not London, but it's nice.
We took Queen D5. Yeah.
We should say something about Magnus's position other than it's a London. No, he's given up this bishop. Looks like he's not doing great, no? Like has all the space, the two bishops.
Yeah, but okay. White is also very solid, right? You could see it as like reversed Slav of sorts, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, this is the line you liked for black with colors reversed here. That's why you're so optimistic. So I would think black is better here.
Tiny little bit. Also, being better didn't serve Magnus well in this match so far.
He's changed his approach to being slightly worse.
Yeah, and like, you know, it depends. Yeah, these positions are so style-based, right? You give them to like Gata, he would play them with white any time of day, right?
Or black.
Or black, yeah, but mainly white, right?
Yeah, fair. We'll see what happens. We're just getting started. And last, not least, we have another Italian debate between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Leko.
Yeah.
This used to be my line too. I did a video series on this for chess24. Very direct approach, just trying to force the issue. Pawn to a4. I wanted a6 here, but there were some things that changed. Nowadays, I think, yeah. Peter, he also played a6 against MVL.
But also black has like million lines, right? You can choose from. It's just such a big theoretical line. Like
bishop f5 is a move, a6.
Even like knight b6, bishop b5, knight e7, and then c6. There's so much stuff. Yeah, there's just so much stuff.
So much stuff. Knight f6. But yeah, this is a big debate. It's pawn to a4. Topical move. Leko will have his homework done.
I almost wish black had only one line so that we could be done with this line once and for all, right? But black has like million lines, and that's why they're still playing it.
Yeah. All of this I've seen before. D4, and now there were some
like even f6
on the
even
horizon.
f6 is a move here.
I think takes.
And this is also, yeah, queen d4 is a thing.
Slightly better for white.
Yeah, but once again, Nepo, he's going for long theoretical discussions with Leko. You would think this is not his territory. This is so much
exactly
Leko territory.
Leko
right?
kryptonite.
That's one hell of a kryptonite, yeah? Leko kryptonite. What is Leko's attitude to Superman movies?
I don't think he likes superhero movies very much. In general, I think he's a down-to-earth guy. So he likes his thrillers, you know, his gritty stories like
American Ninja.
That could be like
he's
a Michael Dudikoff.
No, that I know for a fact. Yeah,
that
he's like a big American Ninja fan.
He's a giant Jean-Claude Van Damme fan.
Well, everybody is. Yeah. I mean, you also mentioned another Jean-Claude Van Damme movie recently.
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport. Yeah.
I once had a competition with Leko. I think on air. He would name a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, then I would name one, and I think I lost. And I'm a decent student of Time Cop, Double Impact, Sudden Death, The Quest.
But possibly enter this competition.
No, I'm not bad at this stuff. Yeah, like Hard Target, but no chance.
No, you would beat me. Yeah, that's for sure. But Leko,
yeah, no, he's serious. Anyway, he's taking his time here. Queen takes d4.
Yeah, I
well,
think
Nepomniachtchi
Leko probably knows like 7 ways to draw this position with black. But they're all a bit unpleasant. Yeah, I never liked this line with black.
Me neither.
You get a slightly worse ending and you try to defend it.
Yeah. I don't think he knows as many ways to draw this as JVCD movies. Which is also a JVCD movie.
Yeah, it's also a movie. I've never seen that one. It's supposed to be like the only decent movie with him in it, isn't it?
I haven't watched it. It sounded like too real. Magnus stuff is happening. So Svidler goes for e5, very direct. And Carlsen changes the structure. e4, knight c4, queen e3.
Oh, wow.
These guys are so gifted.
That's interesting. It just doesn't really look like a promising change for white. Like bishop g7, queen c5, b6. It's like, okay, he did change the structure, but is it promising? I mean, he needs so many moves to consolidate now.
To exchange queens?
But like queen d6, I can go like f5, or I can let you take, no? And he played queen a.
Queen a3.
Yeah.
He wants after f5 maybe
f5,
to put a knight here. Yeah.
Knight d6, yeah. That's,
became very sharp all of a sudden. No?
It can become sharp, yeah. Maybe this is his hope, yeah, that this position maybe holds more venom for black than it looks. I mean, usually he knows what he's doing, right? Actually, it's interesting. Like I often see online these debates, like, can Magnus become, you know, the greatest of all time and be greater than Kasparov? I actually think he is a better player than Kasparov has been, no?
I don't know. We will ask the returning Alexander Grischuk. Sasha, welcome back.
Yeah, hi again. What
just asking?
Discussing?
He was just asking, is Magnus already the greatest of all time ahead of Kasparov?
Already, I don't think, because okay, Magnus is the best player for, I don't know, like 7 years or something. And Kasparov was the best for 15 at least. So, but of course he has the potential. Yeah, I would put him at number 2 already, ahead of Fischer and Karpov, but not ahead of Kasparov yet.
Yeah, I did this ranking of the top 50 greatest players of all time with Peter Heine, and I shouldn't give away too much with my nodding. I will publish it soon. Yeah, Magnus
is in this list.
Is on the list. That much we can give away.
Yeah, you know, I like in NBA they make all the time those lists of 100 greatest players of all time. This pyramid of Simmons.
That was the inspiration, this Bill Simmons pyramid. It's fun to do, the pantheon, like all the nonsense.
Yeah, but I just don't understand how you can seriously compare centers and point guards. I just don't get. How can you compare Wilt Chamberlain and Chris Paul, for example? I mean,
Wilt Chamberlain wins against Chris.
That's how you do the comparison.
That's how you do it. Get way more rebounds.
Speaking of this position will get crazy very quickly. Like Black played f5, so I don't know. I mean, does he just continue pushing that pawn, or does he play king h8? How does it work?
H8 looks like a useful move now, just so you don't blunder the queen.
Rook d6. I mean, how does it work tactically?
I don't know.
Like I remember there was one game where Sasha was playing against Magnus. You remember in St. Louis, where every move f5 was strong, but you didn't want to play this. Like in Naderf, in the game that you won was black against him.
Yeah, no, it was strong, but not especially strong. It was just a decent move.
Yeah, no, and I was remembering this, that like the f pawn against Magnus, when you push it, you have to really know what you're doing, yeah, because you create these weaknesses, and he's so good at this, yeah, at playing against the king. So like, how would you defend this position with black now? I just don't see it.
I wouldn't like my chances, but Peter?
It's a bit, yeah, it has a potential to self-destruct, this position. It can just collapse.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's fine even objectively, but you need to be very good at calculations to prove it. Bishop d7.
I thought maybe bishop f6 was an interesting move, to play queen e7 and king g7 to kind of get the dark squares. But okay, bishop d7.
But the thing is, after rook d6, let's say bishop f6, rook d6, I guess you go to e7, yeah? Or...
Yeah, I wanted to go to e7, yes.
Then rook fd1 creates knight take b6 threat.
So I have to make a move, yeah, like rook b8 or something, yeah.
But then knight e3 and
yeah, now this also looks dangerous. It looks very dangerous, yeah. No, bishop d7 is fair enough, yeah. He's developing at least. But also like rook d6 now and throw everything at him.
Here, I guess.
Yeah, but I thought like queen e7 allows knight takes b6. Yeah, this was what I was trying to understand, and then check.
All these tactics.
I know, right?
Seems to work. If
And
king
then
goes to h4,
yeah.
rook h6, and if rook f7, this
Then
drops.
a8 hangs, yeah. So I just don't see it. So you have to do something else, but it looks awkward. Like you would have to do what? Queen f7? Yeah, queen f7 probably. But then knight e3, yeah, like Sasha was also saying, and then like difficult, yeah. Bishop coming to c4, rook to d1.
knight e3 maybe.
Yeah, knight e3 would do, yeah.
So king h8, you more or
And then
less.
bishop c4.
Yeah, queen e8 you have to
And then
play.
d1. I mean, it looks like.
No, it's yeah. As I said, you just you don't. I mean, with white, you can play like bullet mode for next few moves.
Yeah, black is
with
under a lot of pressure here. Maybe actually just beyond salvation. Like he already looks like beyond salvation, so he needs to do something cleverer, faster, better.
Stronger.
Maybe queen e8 is better, so as not to walk into the pin. Yeah, that's what he did, yeah.
Okay, I guess the move rook fd1.
Bishop e6 and knight e3, yeah. Yeah, I thought maybe knight e3 first also, but then f4, yeah. No, probably.
Oof. Oh, bishop h5.
Bishop h5. Sasha, you were wrong.
Coming out of left field.
You had a good chance with rook d1, but
I was 100% sure. But bishop h5 looks ridiculous. What's the point? If
no,
queen e7.
Oh, he probably missed queen e7 would be my guess. Because queen couldn't go to e7 at all, yeah?
Queen e7 played. Is there any head shaking? Let's see. Wow, he's...
queen e7. 95 is too... I mean, it's a beautiful move.
95 is kind of funny, yeah?
But I guess you just take queen e5, yeah?
But also I can play like instead of rook d1,
oh, sorry.
like knight e5 has a trick of bishop e5, rook g6 check. But I also don't see a point if I like play bishop e8, for instance.
Bishop e8, maybe bishop e8 then.
And then rook e8, and you have like some checks.
No, I mean, depends. If a rook, I win exchange, and if f rook,
f8, yeah.
No, I can just play knight c6. Maybe I still have some.
Okay. Yeah, knight c6 and then rook d1. Yeah, still some pressure maybe.
Yeah, and I'm in time f4, rook d7.
Yeah.
You are not in time to push those pawns.
But bishop h5 is a slightly unusual direction, right? This bishop was coming to c4 most of the time. And queen e7, now I is thinking. Yeah?
And actually, it's interesting that according to engine, your knight e3 was by far the best move. My rook fd1 doesn't make top 4, and bishop h5 is number 3 and much more than knight e3. But I guess better than rook d1, which is very surprising. But now it's a game again. I mean, I think Black avoided immediate collapse, immediate downfall.
This is the very reason why we needed the bishop on e2, right? This particular thing is the reason we needed to keep this rook takes e6. And now why? Who is better and why?
Peter, third time in a row that he defends a difficult position against the world champion.
Yeah, maybe this is his strategy for the match. Defense, defense, defense.
I don't know.
But why third? I think it's fourth time. I think in all games he was worse.
Yeah.
It's because I can't count here.
No. In all games he was worse to lost. Yeah, basically.
No, fair.
So the real minister of defense.
Yeah, Bishop D1. Yeah, he I think realized his mistake. We gotta admit, right? So he's bringing Bishop back to the diagonals where he belongs.
He's just going for a cheapo. He's thinking, oh, this was a bad example because he has queen a3.
No, but I think king h. No, this is the thing. It's a double cheapo because black cannot go king h8, right?
Yes, this is the real one.
Yeah, this is kind of a real cheapo.
Actually, f4 maybe is a move.
Yeah, f4 might be the move. Yeah.
And then you go to some worse endgame. So f4, take. And
basically
then
another pawn down opposite card bishop ending. Yeah, just f takes e3, rook f1, king f1, and
what a pawn structure. Probably okay, no? Or tenable?
Well, tenable, but not enjoyable, I would say, yeah? Because as long as the rooks are on the board, I think the black's pleasure will be within, limits.
Yeah, maybe black should take and play king f8. This idea of if you take on e4, I play...
Yeah, but then I thought white has bishop h5, yeah, always. Prevent rook e8 forever. And then play rook takes e4 and torture. I'm actually not so optimistic about this ending. I think I would kind of suffer.
Yes. Okay, so what else does black have? Like if rook a e8, then I guess bishop a4. No, bishop a4, then maybe bishop e5.
Yeah, but I thought rook e8, can I go rook takes e6 here?
Okay, take a3.
Like
and
take, I want to like take back and play bishop b3.
Okay, so there will be some more unpleasant endgame.
Yeah, there will be some unpleasantness. Yeah, I thought, yeah.
f4 played.
Yeah, they're probably heading for this endgame.
So they call it peter out for a reason, yeah? Is that a word?
Peter out, yeah. They say,
yeah, peter out, yeah. So he peters out to worse endgame again.
We'll see.
And in Nepomne Shileko, we have a case of mutual blindness.
Where?
Just one move ago, white could play bishop take b6.
Oh my God. This is not a difficult trick, yeah? Like usually Jan would see it in a bullet game, no? Whoa.
And he's shaking his head, yeah, I guess he...
No, he realized this, yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, still shaking. No, it's just a draw, yeah, or equal, yeah. Draw agreed. We're headed for Armageddon in that one.
Yeah, no, Nepo is not happy about this one. Can't win them all, can you? What is Kramnik doing? We haven't seen his position like in a long, long time.
He's trying to win the ugly pawn structure prize, which he's currently still behind Carlsen, but it's close.
Oh, so we have our position on the board in Carlsen, Svidler.
Yeah, endgame. Yeah, we predicted
exactly. Exact position. And okay, I remember with similar pawn structure, Caruana won a very important game against Adams in the last round of some tournament.
No, but he had 3 pawns on the e5.
Yeah, he had 3. Yeah, he had 3.
Yeah.
But the more, the merrier.
That's true.
But Kramnik is worse, if anything, no? Like,
Well, one of them is kind of an extra pawn, right?
I'll take this.
Well, king h1, for instance, rook d8, queen e2. Still a position.
I guess I would not go with my rook away from a8 because this a6 pawn is really...
Yeah.
We have a very surprising message that Leko chosen black in Armageddon.
I keep getting mixed messages on that thing. Some people are now saying that it's a forced flag if you have the black pieces in only 4 minutes. So why do they keep choosing it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't be able to answer this. I mainly chose black in Armageddons in my life and never went well for me. You know?
I've always chosen white in the 2 situations of my life. I had them.
Maybe just knight e5, you know, just play some central moves. Not get distracted.
Black has to be fine, no?
Yeah, no, I think knight e5 and knight d4 c5 and just make some central moves, you know, put the horsey on a good square.
But Ivanchuk plays a very dynamic move, rook a b8, so he wants to use the open files.
Yeah, he wants to play with all his pieces. Yeah, one rook to b8, the other maybe to d8, and then to enter, causing death and destruction.
I enjoy how he's playing. He looks sad, though.
Ivanchuk?
No, not at all.
All right.
He just looks concentrated.
I think Kramnik doesn't look optimistic, from what I can see. Like,
no, I guess he dislikes his position, but I guess he was less optimistic before the previous game.
Well, that must be true, yeah.
So, but of course, he misplayed this game at some point. Because this bishop a4 maneuver, I think it was played by Nepomniachtchi, I think, against somebody that, because everyone was playing immediate bishop c2 and bishop a4 is some kind of fineness. But then, yeah, at some point, because it was completely playable for white in the game, and then Ivanchuk outplayed Vladimir. But still, it's everything can happen here. It's, I mean, as long as white doesn't get mated and he has this pawn on a5, I think, because on a6 is a weak pawn, you know, can be lost sometimes.
But it's very difficult to make moves with white, right? I mean, like, I'm looking at this position, I just don't see good moves for white.
Maybe bishop, is it possible? If bishop d3,
and I would be afraid of rook b2, right? People
rook b2, rook e2, this was my idea.
But bishop d3, also rook d8, for instance.
Yeah, this bothers me more. But then I thought, I don't know, maybe knight d4. Yeah, but then you will sacrifice on h3 at some point. I thought maybe like knight d4, knight e5, take on a6, and then after c5 just sacrifice on d4. But yeah, it will not work tactically.
Like he played bishop a4. Like, what is he doing after rook d8? I mean, now he wants to play knight d4.
Knight d4, knight e5. Maybe he wants queen e2.
Or queen. And this like I'm taking bishop h3 and then like queen f3 or something like this.
That's your trap, yeah? Because I'm dreaming of perpetuals.
Yeah, but trap, I don't know. But I was thinking maybe something like this will kind of unsettle the position a bit. But who knows? Yeah, it's so complicated.
Let's briefly see if Magnus is making progress.
He made progress. His pawn is on
can't take this
e5.
guy.
I will be very surprised if Peter saves it. I mean, there is no, like, no light in the end of the tunnel, because I just don't see how Black can improve his situation.
Yeah.
Torture.
I mean, there is no plan for him, but it's because there are no plans in chess in general, but there is no like good setup. I guess if his bishop could magically appear on b6, it will ease his situation. But
Yeah, maybe he's just dead lost here, and it's just nothing to be done.
okay, so we will have in the last 2 rounds, we will have Kramnik, Svidler, yeah, and Svidler Giri, yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, some important matches to come, yeah.
But yeah, should be fun.
So in fact, today is sort of a preliminary round before really deciding ones. And Kramnik will play, I don't know, I guess. It feels to me that he played everyone, but so he will play Svidler and one more player. It's
He's playing Magnus, no?
Magnus. Okay.
Magnus is playing Kramnik and Nepomniachtchi in the last 2. Okay, Magnus and Nepomniachtchi, they're both qualified already, but still be fun.
Kramnik sort of improved his pieces, but lost very important pawn.
Yeah, no, this was the one pawn where he had some hopes, right?
Yeah, now his hopes are mostly pinned with some potential blunders by Black now. Because Black's position, Black's pieces are a bit clumsy, knight on a5. Imagine if he had knight on e5, it would be basically GG for the hopes of winning for white. But now, okay, loose pieces drop, yes. Dr. Nunn.
LPDO. Loose pieces drop off.
But LPDO is like Los Angeles Police Department, yeah?
This is
LAPD.
Yeah, LAPD.
Okay.
Don't confuse LAPD with LPDO. It can have bad consequences. Magnus has no loose pieces.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm ready for the Armageddon. Nepomniachtchi, Leko with the black pieces, 4 minutes. Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces, 5 minutes. Nepomniachtchi needing a victory. But it looks like they're waiting for the end of the, I was going to say classical, but the rapid games. In the meantime, let's ask an important question I saw yesterday on, I think, the Anish Giri Q&A. Rustam, you go first. If you had to leave your kids alone with a top 10 player of your choice to look after them, who do you choose?
Where's the top 10? Not necessarily playing in...
no, any top 10. Like, you can choose Sasha, for example. He's world number 6.
Who else is in top 10?
Fabiano, Magnus. Rajabov is number 10.
Okay.
MVL is there.
Okay. Just so difficult, yeah.
Who else is in the top 10? We should know there's Wesley back.
MVL, I guess.
MVL is in there. Wesley, I think, is in there. Yeah. Levon Aronian, number 7. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ding Liren.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I mean, difficult.
Oh, and the Armageddon started, so you don't have time to think.
Like my poor kid, yeah. Look at this list of poor kid. Wow.
You don't have an
Eko
answer.
plays some hybrid, the hybrid of semi-Slav and Queen's Gambit, like C6 and Bishop E7 and B6, like it's, I don't know, Queen's Indian, Queen's Gambit and semi-Slav hybrid. Very strange setup.
But this normally would be considered like knight G4 here, like should be a horrible choice.
So scary, no?
For an Armageddon game, like.
But if you don't take, then G5 and it's again terrible. No?
Yeah, but like what the position they have now, like.
What I don't understand is how can Peter Leko get outmove ordered by this stuff? He must have thought about all these things, no? Like C6, B6 looks so strange.
But I'm not sure about rook takes d4 though. I would think knight takes d4 looks so much more natural. Like putting a rook on h4 is such a double-edged thing. You will either mate very quickly or your rook will be terrible there.
You've learned absolutely nothing from Julian Hodgson here. Like invite everyone.
Well, I wanted to invite my.
This is the party.
No, but this rook on h4, I'm not sure it's helping. I liked it on d1.
You're going to the wrong parties.
I've been told this all my life.
No, I would say it looks very stylish for white, but the question is if it's strong. I mean, one problem for white is that he cannot blitz now. I mean, he has to really think.
Yeah, no, he had to take with a knight. I'm sure of this. His rook takes is a bit anti-positional.
Knight b4. What's the point if queen b1? What does it achieve?
How can you not get checkmated here? Something's going to happen, no?
Queen b1, dc.
Bishop takes.
And then bishop takes, yeah. And then knight h7 is a threat, yeah. Knight h7, rook g6 is probably a threat.
DC played.
Yeah,
we can see the little bar.
Maybe knight h7 immediately also deserves attention, like objectively.
But why not just take on c4 and save? Also, now bishop joins the attack.
Everyone's invited.
It is a very merry party, yeah? Everyone is there.
Now every white has attacking with 2 rooks, 2 bishops, queen, and at least 1 knight, and potentially 2 knights. Black is defending with 3 pawns, knight, and bishop, so it should be a checkmate.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jan is very successful with those knight f3, 3 stuff. He won a very important game against Etienne Bacro.
Bacro, 20 moves.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand, but somehow black players, they all the time is completely unprepared for knight f3, 3, which I think is almost as main line as first e4, for example.
Yeah. No, but it's very strange sometimes because I remember once with Fabi, we spent like ages looking at this line with black. And then at some point in some rapid game against Wesley, he got mated in 15 moves in this kind of style. I was thinking, we really spend a lot of time, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's just.
Queen e8, now it looks like there should be.
Yeah, knight ce4 is inviting the last guy to the party.
Seriously, this is like a Julian Hodgson model game, no? Everyone's invited.
Yeah. And now already like bishop d5 must be mate, no? Also
yeah,
requires
must be many ways.
Maybe not, yeah, because rook h7, f6. I would still probably do something horrible with this position.
And Peter calmly drinks water, like he has some kind of Queen's Gambit endgame.
Are we sure it's water?
And I was sure it's calmness, yeah.
Oh, e5, wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So the real cheapo maestro is back. Guess who's back?
Svidler has lost in the meantime, so Magnus Carlsen wins another match after a tough fight. But he did win.
Okay, so we have one bulldozer, and let's see if another bulldozer keeps also winning.
This is an amazing trick, by the way. Yeah, this ED and Queen C6 check. Wow.
And Nepomniachtchi switches to just playing on time, yeah?
Now it's plan B.
Okay, and what time? Black has 1:15 and white?
1:51.
1:51.
Ah, okay, so
now
50-50, I guess.
And we are being joined by the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, who has won his match against Peter Svidler. Magnus, we're watching the Armageddon. A lot of action here.
Yeah. Oh, how did white 95? Why wasn't G5 played? Oh, never mind. Let's just follow the action.
So Nepomniachtchi has 1 minute 28 to Leko's 58.
Leko's playing fast.
Leko is a very fast player. He's a very capable blitz player.
Is he fast enough?
This is like Saving Private Ryan, yeah, flagging Peter Leko.
I feel a bit bad about all the legend flagging.
But Peter kind of dirty flagged Vichy as well, right?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay, Rook C4, so the position is a dead draw.
Maybe Rook B5, yeah, and create a passed pawn, hope for the best.
Yeah, Rook D5, Rook H5 was possible.
But now Rook H5.
Rook H5, yeah.
This improves White's chances to flag, I think, successfully.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think now he's gonna flag. He has too little time now.
You also feel better about it now, no? You have the pass pawn, you can credibly play for a win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Armageddons, Magnus? Do you think all the flagging gives the tournament a bad name, or you think it's fine?
No, it's okay. If we didn't have the Armageddon, that would... We're already playing 9 days in a row, so it would be pretty rough. But I think it's okay. I understand it's not what people come to see, but I don't particularly mind it. Wow. This was a nice flagging exhibition, though.
Yeah. Absolutely
Flawless.
inexorable. Yeah? It's just...
Is he winning?
I don't think it matters, but he probably is, yeah.
Yeah, it was not close, I have to say. I mean, Peter had no chances. Yeah.
Good job by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who, like Magnus, has won all his matches so far. And we will hand over to Tanya to quiz Magnus about his match today. Our boy Peter put up a fight, no, Magnus?
Yeah. Obviously, I should have won at least one of the first 2 games. But he fought well with his back against the wall and made it difficult for me. So it wasn't easy by any means.
Magnus, congratulations. Before we get to the games, I should ask you this. I think this is a question which a lot of people feel strongly about. 7 out of 7, brilliant score, 100%. How are you so good at this? I mean, I don't know what's a better way to ask this question, but what do you think is the one overreaching factor that's helping you here?
I honestly don't know. I mean, it's a difficult question to answer, and I think realistically, me talking too much about it would just sound a bit weird. So, all I can say is that I don't have obvious weaknesses in my play that they can try and exploit. I think my time expenditure is decent enough, but yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, you said that your time expenditure and time has been a big factor here in this event. And like you and Jan were also discussing about the Armageddon format, according to you, what do you think in this tournament plays a bigger role, the quality of the games or a control on the clock?
Well, I think in general in the rapid games, 10 seconds is such a big increment that it's all about the quality, really. But then, of course, when it comes to the Armageddon games, those are a different beast entirely, and there you desperately need to be able to move the pieces very fast.
And Magnus, you think that's somewhere where the practice with online chess is something that's perhaps more in favor of the chessable semi-finalists who've qualified rather than the legends in the event?
Oh yeah, I think that's obvious, and I can also see that the sort of the younger of the legends are also doing better in the Armageddon games. So there's no doubt about that.
Okay, because Armageddon is such a difficult format to play, and I know I'm going on about this, but just you're very good at Armageddon. What is the improvement? How do you get better at it? Is it something that you just practice, get faster at? Because it feels like with Armageddon, it's really all about just the clock situation. So how does one even work on it?
To tell you the truth, I don't think I'm that great at Armageddons. I mean, in this tournament, I've only played one, and it didn't go that well. I don't particularly like the Armageddons because usually that's a sign that things have gone wrong for me earlier. Like, I don't want to get to the Armageddon. I want to have.
You're not alone on that. We've got about 6 legends in this tournament who feel the same way.
So yeah, I feel like it's pretty tough. And of course it's a lot about time expenditure, but I mean, still in online, I mean, 5 or 4 minutes, it's quite a bit of time. So if you're experienced at playing online, you can make a lot of moves in, let's say, the last half minute, right? So
yeah,
it's really a tricky factor to balance speed and quality of play.
Yeah, that's a tough balance to achieve. And well, I think a lot of us are really glad that at least when it goes into the semis, we've got Blitz before Armageddon. Magnus, just let's go into today's games, and maybe you can show us a few critical moments. It was a tough match, as Jan mentioned, but you seemed like you were better in both the first 2 games. But Peter was very resourceful, and this position with Bishop A6 here was something that Jan and Rustam both thought was a really good move. How were you evaluating the position at this point?
No, I think in retrospect, this plan with Bishop B4 was perhaps not so good. I think I should just have gone C5 instead. And let's say Knight F3, then I go Bishop B7. And he will have to take on D6, I think, either here or after castles, and I just have a huge positional advantage. And that's something I realized, but I kind of wanted to cash in immediately, but that ultimately gave him drawing chances. Because, I mean, let's be clear, he's done a lot wrong to get to this position. He's made a number of mistakes, and I mean, he hasn't castled. His pieces are all over the board. It's simply not a good position for him. So perhaps Bishop B4 was a case of cashing in prematurely. I guess I could have played better later on, but it felt like he had drawing chances.
Right, and then there's actually no particular moment where it was very clear how you could convert the point in this game. Did you feel at any moment that you missed a big moment in game one at all, or did you always feel that white had resources?
No, I feel like this is the moment.
Okay.
So I'm sure like I had objectively very good winning chances after, but then like he has chances, he has something to aim for. Whereas I feel like if I just continued it positionally instead, he would have had a torrid time.
Right.
So I'm sure it's better to ask the computer if you want concrete winning chances than I had than me, because I really don't know.
All right, fair enough. And in game two, you were also pushing in the end game. Did you feel that you had real chances there, or did you think the position was objectively equal and you were just trying whatever you could, or did you actually believe in your position at that point?
No, I thought after on move 23 ed5, at this point I thought I've sort of gotten everything here. The pawn to h5, he has no counterplay, I have control over the e file. I thought I was just gonna win the game pretty automatically. Then he managed to set up a defense, and I still had a huge advantage, but I just couldn't find the way. And then later on, when I got this bishop e7 move on move, I think 36 or something, I think that's something that he missed. But unfortunately, this queen e5 move was interesting. And then if I do take on c5, yes, bishop f5, and there's all sorts of counterplay. So I just didn't particularly fancy it, so I just went for opposite color bishops. But yeah, it turned out that was just a draw.
All right, fair enough. And then let's go to game four. Game four, after being up, in at least having feeling that you've got the chances in these two games, and Peter being resourceful, finally game four worked out. Where do you think it went all wrong for Peter in this game?
I think he misevaluated something in the early middle game, because I thought at the moment we have on the board here, I already thought I was definitely pushing, whereas after the opening, the position after HG, I mean, there is no way white is better. I think realistically he is the one who is slightly better. I definitely messed up something. So yeah, as I said, I think he messed up later on, and I'm sure we could have played better, but even in the end game the position was a bit unpleasant for him. And eventually I ground him down. I will just mention a moment at the very end, of the game after bishop d6, because I don't know if you saw on the cam, but he sort of threw his hands up in the air and we exchanged a smile, because I don't know exactly which one he thought I was going to play, whether it was rook g7 followed by e7 and rook g8 mate, or simply
that's pretty
or simply just e7 immediately and then rook a8, which would have won on the spot. So I think it was probably this one, which a Grandmaster with 10 minutes on the clock should definitely spot. But at this point, I thought rook f7 is resigns on the spot, so who cares? But that was a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, well, finding one way to win is usually enough on the board, no?
Yeah, it just wasn't very pretty.
Agreed. All right, but 7 out of 7 wins. Feeling good about not just the score, but also the quality of play here?
Yeah, I think it's been a bit up and down. as I said today, I would have loved to convert one of the earlier chances, but I was in general in control. So it's been decent for sure, and the score obviously is pretty good.
Not bad at all. How important is winning the qualifying stage, or is it just about the semifinals, or your competitive side is making you want to win in this stage as well, or just your?
Well, obviously the match tomorrow is going to be huge in that respect.
Yes.
So yeah, I want to get want to get the 1 seed. So I'm gonna try my hardest to get there.
Are you over the whole football Premier League situation, or is it too soon to talk about it?
Sorry, no, it's okay. There is a new season coming at some point, and it was still fun. But I mean, to some extent, a bummer. But I knew that there wasn't really anything I could have done realistically to win that, considering how things turned out. So, I mean, if it had been close, it would have been more of a bummer. But this way, it was okay.
Magnus, did you really tweet between your first and second game to the winner of the Premier League, congratulating him?
Yeah, why not? There are like half an hour. Typing a tweet takes a few seconds, so that doesn't seem to be an unreasonable way to spend
No,
energy.
not at all. If you can go shopping between games, this is one of the easier things to do.
Yeah.
All right, because we know that you, even though you didn't win the Premier League, but clearly your predictions and you've got a good sense of what to do and who's going to make it big. Want to ask you your predictions for the top 4 of the semifinalists for this event?
I guess right now. Oh, there's the standings. I'm gonna do something revolutionary and guess that the top 4 are right now are gonna make it.
That's your hot take?
But I don't know. If I could knock out Vlad in the last round, that would be a nice little carrot to look forward to. So you never know.
And tomorrow's match against Jan, like you mentioned, that's going to be the big one for the top spot here. Jan's been playing pretty good chess as well here.
Yeah, he's been playing great, and once he in the matches that he hasn't gotten it done, he's won in Armageddon. So he's certainly been impressive, and he was a lot improved in the last tournament, the Chess24 Masters, compared to his first one. He's definitely very strong right now. He plays quickly, he plays with confidence, and he makes it difficult for you.
Couldn't agree more with that. We're looking forward to that match. You mentioned that last round against Vlad is something that you're looking forward to as well. Anything to do with you perhaps wanting a certain Anish Giri to qualify?
No, we're not friends anymore, so I don't want that.
All right. Well, okay. Thanks for joining us, Magnus, and good luck for tomorrow. Yes, get some rest. See you soon.
Thank you.
World champion, 7 out of 7, leading the scoreboard with 20 points up against Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is on second spot. That's going to be the match where Jan will have the chance to leapfrog into the lead if he's able to do what no one's been able to do so far in this event, beat Magnus Carlsen. Well, for that, we'll have to wait for tomorrow. Lots of exciting chess coming up. Round 8 pairings. Let's just have that up on the screen one more time. Jan versus Magnus. We've got Vlad against Peter. Peter went down to Magnus in today's match. A very critical game for Vlad tomorrow. Again, like Sasha mentioned, that tomorrow's games will pretty much decide who is going to go into the semifinals and who will not have a shot. Anish also in a must-win game against Vasil Ivanchuk to keep his chances alive, really. And he's shown today class, winning his match in style and going ahead. Vishy-Anand finally won his match today. He'll be up against the other guy who's been struggling so much in this event, Ding Liren. But the chess we saw from former world champion Vishy-Anand, if we see that again tomorrow, there's no stopping him. Peter Lecco up against Boris Gelfand. Lots of exciting chess coming up, not just tomorrow, but actually right after the show. And I'm being told in about 30 minutes, we are going to be joined by Rustam again for some banter blitz. So today was unfortunately the day we say goodbye to Rustam on the commentary, but he's not leaving us just yet. He will be there for some banter and for some blitz. Make sure you go premium to challenge our star commentator from tomorrow. We are going to be having Judith Polgar joining us for the commentary. I am super excited about that. Of course, a little sad that Rustam's got to go. I have no idea what better things he has to do right now than to be here. But whatever it is, good luck for that, Rustam. Enjoy his banter blitz tonight. It's a sign off from me. See you guys tomorrow.
Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off trail to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
My name is Sebastian Mihailov, and I bring to you, along with the world champion Magnus Carlsen, the wonderful app Tactics Frenzy. Solve millions of unique, high quality and entertaining chess puzzles that have all been quality checked by strong grandmasters like Jon Ludvig Hammer and Jan Gustafsson. Become a member today and compete for monthly prizes sponsored by Chessable, chess24, Magnus Trainer, and of course, the king himself, Magnus Carlsen. We have made sure that no matter how good you are at chess, you can enjoy this app and get the challenge of your life. Alireza Veruja, Alexander Grischuk, Sergei Karyakin, among a lot of elite players, they all love the app, and I can assure you, you will as well. Download the app today and become a chess champion.
I believe in curiosity and never stop challenging myself. Technology has come a long way. Still, nothing beats the capabilities of the human brain.
At Merck, we believe that curiosity is the driving force behind progress and development. Merck is a vibrant science and technology company working to develop medicines and intelligent solutions for patients, as patients are always at the center of everything that we do. We know that soon 1 out of 3 people across the globe may be affected by brain-related diseases. Luckily, we also know that training your brain can contribute to preserving and enhancing cognitive functions. Together with the chess world champion Magnus Carlsen, we want to inspire people to actively train their brain.
Always be curious. Challenge your brain.